I wasn't muted. It was set to the wrong uh mic in OBS. Thanks, OBS. But yeah, hi Corn. All right. So, first things I want to do so I can actually hear myself think. Let me bump that volume down just a little bit. It does it like every time it wants to update something. Like OBS will update and then immediately forget which microphone is supposed to be the default. And I don't know what it thinks the default is because like it just says default and it's not either of the mics that are actually plugged into my computer. The weird thing is usually if that happens in OBS, it happens in Discord too, but I was just in Discord with someone. Because part of why we were late starting things up is because I was helping a friend of mine out with Endwalker because he wanted to do a full party of Final Fantasy X cosplayers for Tower of Babel. The main reason why I was late is because somehow something wasn't working with my connection between my iPhone and my computer. It's fixed now. Everything is good. Oh, hey, I see a stalker. Anyway. Oh, hang on. Also, maybe I should have us actually on the game now. There we go. Yeah, I just saw that. We're all good. Okay. Now, let's do some Make It Rain campaign. Hi there, Alier. Alier locks eyes with you in a cordial, yet slightly desperate plea for help. Yo! Why, Mr. Staskar? What fortune that we should meet again. You have been well, I trust. Eh. Would that our meeting were under more fortunate circumstances. I'm in something of a bind at the moment, but perhaps that is why fate has guided your steps here. Might I borrow your ear for a moment? I mean, you're also right in front of the Aetheryte Plaza. Chances were good you were going to run into me at some point. As you may have heard, the Make It Rain campaign is in full swing at the Gold Saucer. My peers and I are come to advise or advertise the festivities, but we lack the staff required to cover the whole of Ul'dah. I do not wish to impose, but might we prevail upon you for your assistance? I mean, yeah, sure, if you're gonna pay me. Wonderful! It's a great help to us, truly. Pray meet me at the Gold Court, and I shall give a more detailed account of the circumstances. I believe our collaborators are scheduled to perform there shortly. Godbert's good for it, right? He can afford to pay me in money, right? Right? Not in his little Chuck E. Cheese tokens. Here we go. But first... Hip hip! He's such a little gentleman! Ah! And look at the little decorations! Ah! They're so cute! Such sleek, silky fur. And if it's not quite a kickern and not quite a rat, what is it exactly? Sir, we have had otters in this game since Stormblood. Why, it's adorable and clever as well. Ah, you've arrived. Ere I begin with explanations, I think it best to let you first experience this year's main attraction. People of Ulda, lend me your ears. Allow me to present my dear friends, come all the way from the Far East. These are the Globetrotter Otters, this year's ambassadors to the Gold Saucer. We bid you to join us for the ongoing Make It Rain campaign, where merriment abounds and dreams are made manifest with mounds of MGP. Whether you wish to play the cactpot, race chocobos, or try your hand at mahjong, there is fun for one and all at the Manderville Gold Saucer. Globetrotter otters, she said. I've not seen their like before, but now I feel as though I've been missing out my whole life. And if we go to the Gold Saucer, we may encounter more of those furry little gentlemen. I suppose it has been a while since my last visit. The Auri performer there is Mistress Ajisai. She and her otter companions hail from the Far Eastern nation, or from the Far Eastern nation of Nagsha. I swear to God, if Nagsha is the new Thavnair, where we keep hearing it get name dropped, but we're not going to get to go there until 10.0, I'm going to be so mad. I am told Lord Manderville owed her people a great debt. 'Twas he who invited her troop to lead our campaign this year. An apt choice, for they dazzle and delight passers-by with their performances. While promotional efforts here at the Gold Court are all well and good, we haven't the hands to cover as much ground as we initially envisioned. As such, I thought it prudent to seek out a trustworthy adventurer who could guide one of the otters around town. I like how they all look to the camera before it, like, moves away from them. Gee, whoever could they possibly want to ask for help? Ah, this must be our assistant. It must be. Hi, I'm Shizune, allegedly. We are most delighted to meet you, Shizune. I am Ajisai, and this here is my friend, Usosuke. Isn't this grand, Usosuke? Shizune here is taking you to roam the city. I love these little guys. You say she seems a trustworthy sort? My, that's rather high praise coming from you, and quite rare besides. Uh-huh. You understand what he's saying? Indeed, I do. For generations, my home village has lived in harmony with otters. Having spent my entire life with them, I am well accustomed to their speech and mannerisms. In fact, Mistress Ajisai is an avid conservationist who has dedicated her life to protecting the otters and their habitats. A portion of the proceeds from this year's campaign will go towards Nagshan otter preservation efforts. Neat! That they will. It is precisely why I wish to bring as many patrons as possible to the saucer. Their support, and yours, may save countless otters. So your cooperation would be most appreciated. Yeah, count me in! For promotional purposes, we have prepared you a uniform and a special backpack, not unlike the ones Mr. Sajasai and I are wearing. When you are ready, just say the word and I shall present you with the raiments you require. Yeah! Naxia and its neighbors were ravaged by the conflict between the Empire and the Resistance. My village was no exception. But fate has smiled upon us. You see, when Lord Godbert traveled across the star in his youth to hone his craft, he abided in our village for a time. Moved by the plight that befell my home, he sought to strike a deal that would benefit us all. His earnest wish to repay my people's hospitality rekindled the fires of hope in our hearts. You are ready, then? Excellent. Once you have donned your uniform and backpack, pray accompany Master Usosuke as he makes his rounds of the Steps of Thal. Usosuke is possessed of a keen instinct for locating crowds. But given the limits of his vocabulary, we'd like for you to speak in his stead and inform patrons of the Gold Saucer's myriad wonders. Hellier and I have a meeting to attend, but once we have finished, we mean to canvass the Steps of Nald with the rest of the Globetrotter Otters, in search of potential patrons. May the Kami of Fortune see fit to bless us both. Now, be a good little otter for Shizune, Usosuke. Do keep an eye on Usosuke, my friend. Or on Master Usosuke, my friend. Yeah, I'd love to, but you're holding me up and he just ran off. Now, I can't sprint. I can't use Peloton. Guess what? I also won't be able to use the Ethernets. Baby teleportation crystals. Oh my, what a precious little darling you are. Where did you come from? Oh, mother, look! Isn't he sweet? I think he's trying to tell us something. The Make It Rain campaign is underway at the Gold Saucer, haha! I see. So you're having a festival at the Gold Saucer. Will there be more adorable animals like him wandering about? Yeah! There's plenty of chocobos to meet at the racetrack. That sounds like a dream come true. I'd love to see it all for myself. Can we go to the Gold Saucer, Mother Dearest? Can we? Well, or we'll need to consult your father about it. He did recently bring up the subject of taking more family outings, though, so I doubt he'll refuse. Thank you so much for finding us. If we see you at the Gold Saucer, I'd love to spend more time with you. Hip, hip, hip. Hip, hip. Wait for me, Usosuke. Usosuke skitters off in search of prospective patrons. Follow him to help spread the word of the Make It Rain campaign. Boy, I sure would love to, but, I cry. Alright, fine, I'll walk. And only walk. What a masterfully woven tuxedo! Dapper enough to charm fashion aficionados, yet versatile enough to please even the sartorially challenged. Who are you, my diminutive debonair? And who are you wearing? Why, I've not seen a classier creature in all my days. Have you some business with us? Gold Saucer has a Make It Rain campaign happening right now. Ah, yes, the Make It Rain campaign. Lord Gobbert always did have a penchant for dressing his mascots in dignified raiments. And I see you are dressed in some striking accoutrements as well. Tell me, as an aficionado of all things fashion, what might I gain from going to the Gold Saucer? You can gain an appreciation for the Manderville aesthetic. That's most certainly a string of words, or a series of words to string together. You can exchange MGP for all manner of unique garments. Is that right? I normally have no interest in gaudy amusement parks, but that sounds rather promising. Perhaps it's worth experiencing for myself. Thank you, my fuzzy little gent. You have given me a fresh new perspective on the saucer. And that tuxedo is absolutely flawless, I must say. Yusuke sets off once more in search of potential patrons. Follow him to his next destination. Okay. Is this the last one? Ah, right. Oh, it's awfully familiar. Ah! Sorry, hang on. Let me guess. Something's afoot at the Gold Saucer? How did you know? Whatever gave it away? Ah, so the Make It Rain campaign's returned, eh? Haven't been to the saucer in an age, but I really ought to change that. We owe much and more to Lord Godbert, after all. You know Godbert Vanderbilt personally? The three of us were Alamegan refugees, you see. The average Uldan didn't take so kindly to us, and despite our best efforts, our job prospects were slim to none. But Godbert Vanderbilt changed all that. Hired the three of us and more to help build his Gold Saucer. Yeah, that sounds like him. I don't suppose your companion's tuxedo was based on senior sabotenders, was it? Senior Sabotender's a favorite of mine. Him and all he represents. Construction on the saucer started soon after the calamity. In those days, Dalamud's aftermath haunted every waking moment of our lives. And yet, despite it all, there was an old Lullafellan man among the workers who loved nothing more than to make us laugh. Every day he'd think up some new dance or pose to lift our spirits. Some called him eccentric, but none could deny the joy he brought us. After our work was done and the saucer was built, old Godbert sought that man out and dubbed him the first senior Sabertender. Even now, even if it's not the same man in the suit, I can't help but grin when he strikes his famous pose. It ain't much of my business anymore, but keep on spreading that joy to others, just like our friend did. Any road, didn't mean to talk your ear off. I'll let you get back to it. And don't you worry. We'll find time to visit the saucer. With his rounds complete, Usosuke strolls off in the direction of the Gold Court. It would be best to reconvene with him and report to Ajisai. How dare they make my silly, legally distinct casino, legally distinct Chuck E. Cheese, amusement park event earnest and make me feel things. That's the Rising's job. A warm welcome back to you, Mr. Staskar. Your timing is impeccable. Ajisai and I just returned from the steppes of Nald. I dare say our exhibitions were a resounding success. Yeah, mine too. Welcome back, Shizune. I must extend my thanks to you once again for accompanying dear Usosuke. You want to think Shizune is... Is something troubling you, Usosuke? Pip, pip, pip! Pip, pip, pip! You wish to learn Senior Sabotender's famous pose? What inspired this all of a sudden? Did aught occur during your rounds? We ran into some people who helped build the Gold Saucer, and they told the story of where Senior Sabatender came from, in the original Senior Sabatender. Ah, so that is the way of it. I imagine Usosuke yearns to uplift others in the self-same spirit of Senior Sabatender. Hip hip! A noble desire, that, and one that can feasibly be arranged. I shall speak with Lord Godbert and request the tutelage of our current Senior Sabatender. Our patronage has thrived thanks in part to his efforts, after all. Master Usosuke's continued endeavors will be a boon to our guests and staff alike. Isn't that wonderful, Usosuke? We may never have made this discovery without your assistance, Shizune. I am in your debt. Yeah. Well then, I believe it's high time we made our way to the Gold Saucer. Pray meet us there at your earliest convenience, Mr. Staskar. Your reward awaits. Great. It's money, right? Alier? Oh, she's cute. Hang on. That is a cute glamour. Wow. I've noticed people have really been bringing their fashion game lately. Ooh, she's cool. Ah, there you are. Allow me to express my thanks again for spending time with Master Usosuke. He and his fellow globetrotter otters took their posing lessons most diligently. Our current Senior Sabatender was quite impressed with the results, just as I'm sure our clientele will be. Yeah, I love the fact that they made it so that there's that little button. What's more, I'm pleased to report that this year's promotional campaign is proving incredibly profitable. It pays to make the Gold Saucer it pays to take the Gold Saucer directly to Ul'dah, so to speak, and you are an inevitable asset to our success, or invaluable asset to our success. Also inevitable, because, you know, I get roped into everything, apparently. In recognition of these efforts, Lord Godbert has expressed interest in personally presenting you with your reward. Allow me to take you to him. Yeah! Yeah! I've noticed they've done a lot more, like, cinematic stuff panning to different characters and whatnot this expansion. I like it. Oh yeah, this is my first event since I'm fully caught up with the game. We get to play Let's Find All the NPCs without me having to do commentary of, oh man, this character and this character and this character are missing. Ah! There's a certain pair of NPCs that's here that I'm really happy about. It's really cute. Shizune! Welcome, my friend, to the Gold Saucer! Hang on, I have to remember Godbert's voice. Olier tells me you have done us a great service promoting our campaign with aplomb. As you can see, the saucer is teeming with satisfied guests. And so, in the spirit of innovation with which I pride my craft, it is my great privilege to bestow upon you my newest masterpiece. Behold! What do you mean I don't get to keep Usosuke? I present to you Senior Otter, a mammoth crafted in the likeness of our friend Usosuke. This miniature globetrotter and the backpack we entrusted to you earlier are yours to keep. Yay! As Olier may have mentioned, I have pledged to invest a percentage of our profits into otter preservation efforts, and we are off to a most heartening start. On behalf of all involved, you have my heartfelt gratitude. The Gold Saucer is, and shall ever be, a place of merriment for all who enter, which is why I should hope we can expect your patronage as well. Until then, know that we eagerly await your next visit. Yeah, I'm currently trying to get the blackjack mount on my main, so, I'm spending most of my time off stream grinding Gold Saucer on her right now. Oh, I probably should have... Wait, it's Sunday! Hang on, hang on, hang on! Wait, that's right! Hang on. It's Sunday, and, I should at least do... Before we do anything else... Well, okay. First thing I'm gonna do is use that. And that. And now we're gonna find all the NPCs. Hey, look at that! It's the little girl and her mama! There is one that I'm saving for last. Is there anything not you. Other. I'll have to mess around with that later. But anyway, because yeah, they always have characters from the game show up here. Hey, look! It's the reporter lady that we usually, or that we sometimes do quests with. And I think that's all we have here. But if we make our way over to the... This is the event square, right? Main stage. Where are they? Oh, there they are. I'm so happy that they're doing that. Also, damn it, Core, way to give away what my last stop was gonna be. Greetings, Shizune. Lord Hien and I are journeying across the city-state, surveying their ways of life as we go. We intended only a brief stop at the Gold Saucer, but we did not expect to find the venue teeming with such a charming bunch of Nagshan otters. There is no harm in staying a while longer, surely. Yeah! Shizune, it's a relief to find you taking a well-earned respite for once. The Gold Saucer exudes resplendence. One could scarcely find this sort of atmosphere in Doma. Fresh experiences like these make our journey here all the more worthwhile. I shall remember the site well. Crowds young and old, immersed in endlessly festive ambiance. It shall serve as a useful reference while we rebuild. Yeah! You keep rebuilding that Doma, Hien. And then if we go over here, who should we find? But they're over here. Yeah. Look at them! Aren't they just delightful? Oh, that's so kind of you to... Oh, you meant the otters. As that aside, where's the otter-shaped pudding? I was promised pudding! Okay, now, yeah. If we go over here, I'm gonna find a few other characters before we have our grand finale, because... where are they? There are city-state leaders somewhere around here. Or not the leaders, there's, the Adventurers Guild NPCs. Not you. Ah, here they are. Yeah! Look at them! Okay, now for the best part. That innocent, orderly gaze. It's irresistible. But the cats! I'm sure they won't mind you playing with the otters for a bit. He's worried about the cats getting jealous! Ah! It's so cute! But yeah, during, Little Ladies' Day, you had Dancing Green and, Sugar Riot hanging out and watching the performances, and Green was like dancing. And during Hatching Tide, you had all three sisters plus Honeybee hanging out at the event at the amphitheater. I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna call it right here that the extremes are gonna be the arcading characters that show up for Moonfire Fair. I would love for all of them to be at the Rising, but if it's not that, I think they're gonna skip the Rising and then have Vamp and Tyrant be present for All Saints Wake. Because it would be very fitting thematically for Vamp to be at All Saints Wake. Those are my predictions. But yeah. Yeah, this makes me so happy. I'm so glad that these guys get to, like, leave the dome and see the outside world and participate in activities. Ooh, what if all of them showed up for Starlight Celebration? That'd be cute. And then Nayuni could get a present from the Saint of Nimia? Oh, that'd be really cute. But yeah, I hope these guys keep showing up at events. It makes me happy. I wish Derek showed up at more events. Honestly, I wish they did with Derek and the Opa Opo what they did with Alpha and Omega and just had him randomly show up in different areas as he journeys around the world. Anyway, Oh, right. Okay. So we're gonna do the skate because I am stalling for time until the next ad break because it's soon, and I might as well start the next thing that I want to do on tonight after the ads. But in the meantime, which gate am I about to show off my skills at? Air Force, yeah! Let's go. Yeah. Might as well get a little bit of MTP while I'm here. Also, we'll do Fashion Report because Fashion Report this weekend was incredibly easy. It was laughably easy. Whoops. Heck yeah. Easy peasy. Huzzah! By the way, fun fact for anybody who's in an FC or who has the like stuff from the action thingy from Squadrons that basically is like an FC buff. MJP buffs stack with the 50% bonus from Make It Rain. So like during Make It Rain campaign, you get plus 50% MJP from pretty much everything you do, including your challenge log, by the way. But also, if you if you have Jackpot 2 active in your FC, then it's actually plus 60%. That one doesn't apply to the challenge log. It's still only quote unquote 50%. But anyway, oh, I have to do it this way. Hang on, because I don't feel like actually taking the thing out. Are more exclusive? No, not exclusive extras. Oh wait, maybe yes. Goblin Cap. There we go. Oh, right. This has to actually be, like, dyed black. Oh, I don't have my dyes on me right now. Here we go. Okay. Did StreamerBot double post the thing? It did. I don't know why it's double posting. Hey, Danny! But yeah, I downloaded an add-on for a streamer bot that was supposed to make it so that, like, there's a exclamation point pin command that, like, I and moderators can use, and I tried to use it to, like, oh, I just teleported to the wrong place. I tried to use it to automate things so that it would pin the going live message from like when or not the going live message, but like the message to let people know that I'm on break. But whenever I use it, it double posts it, which is really frustrating. I ran in the wrong direction. Anyway, while it is an ad break, I'm gonna go. It's been good. I ran into a little bit of scuff that made me start late, which was interesting, but also I ran in the wrong direction. Yeah, I'm gonna go grab a snack though while the ad break is going, and then we can continue with our fun adventures. I will be right back. All right, we are back. What's up, guys? Now, who wants to see how laughably easy the Easy 80 for this week is for Fashion Report? As soon as I remember where Fashion Report is. Am I in the right place? No, I'm not. Let's try that again. What, the easy 80? Oh, wait, right, okay. So, step 1, I need to dye my chess piece black. Make hat visible. Hi, Master Rose. And then we present ourselves for judging. Without further ado, let the judging begin. Yeah. Oh, interesting. I mean, this is pretty simple. It's the goblin hat, and then you dye your chess piece black. Easy peasy. And that is how you get an easy 90k during Make It Rain campaign. Whoa! Ah! Nobody look, I definitely didn't just spoil my Evercold climbers. Still kind of a work in progress, but alright. Now that we've done that, let's head over to Tuliolol so we can do what's actually on the tin this week. Welcome to Wachumeqimeqi week, everybody. We're gonna start with Fisher because that's the one I'm most worried about in terms of time. Because I wasn't able to, like, regather for it. But hi, Ropley. Ropley hopes you're the artisan he's been looking for. Well, if it isn't Shizune, forgive me, but I couldn't help but notice the tools you're carrying on your person. You wouldn't happen to be a skilled tradeswoman, would you? As I mentioned when you visited alongside the Third Promise, Wachumeqimeqi is in dire need of skilled artisans like Pontigene. A number of our shops are beset with problems, large and small, you see, and having the assistance of one such as you would be most welcome. Of course, a service rendered is a service paid for, and we've plenty of scripts with which we can fill your pockets. Procuring supplies from the open seas has brought no small number into my possession, and I understand the currency is also used extensively across the salt. Yeah, about that. With that said, I'd like to first introduce you to the folks you'll be working with. You needn't decide right away, of course. Of course. Take your time to consider my offer, and come speak with me once you've made up your mind. Oh yeah, what did I say before I've actually, like, accepted these quests? Fresh juice squeezed from locally grown fruits. Anyone? No? Welcome, traveler. If you require my scrivening services, you need only say the word. This here is my shop, specializing in metalwares used on the daily. You ever need yourself a pot, pan, or anything similar, you know where to find me. In need of some fish, lass? Ours are the fanciest you'll find this side of the salt. Only one left. I really must do something about my dwindling stock. Okay. But yeah, about scripts. I need something to spend scripts on. I might start the Shadowbringers crafting relics just to spend scripts on crafting mats at some point. Come to take up my offer, I see. Just one last thing before we go. In the language of my people, Wachumeqimeqi means House of Countless Beads. I see the market as a home where folks of all kinds may come, connect, and carve out a niche for themselves. Please bear this in mind, as you may encounter things to which you're not accustomed. Ahem. Now then, off we go. Good, that's nearly everyone. I thought it best if they were aware of who you are before you show up on their doorstep offering your services. Let's go in order, shall we? Starting with Chiral Soj Metalwares. Raj Soj deals in all things metal, particularly when it comes to daily necessities. Unfortunately, she's been recently confronted with an issue that's put her very reputation at stake. She seeks a metalworker that understands the importance of punctuality. Next, we have Epistles by Pamika, whose eponymous owner pens official documents, transcribes letters for those who cannot do so themselves, and more. She's presently in need of one skilled in treating parchment, textiles, leather, and the like. Girolja Juicecraft serves some of the most unique beverages I dare say one will ever encounter. It's just a shame no one's lining up to drink them. If you've any expertise with the culinary arts or alchemy, I would love for you to assist her in revitalizing her shop. Fish Fancy's Donuhanu is a bit of an eccentric establishment. You see, Donuhanu deals in fish that he fancies. Unfortunately for him, his tastes are a touch too unconventional for your average customer, and he's anxious sales may not pick up. As for Shunye's Apothecary, I regret to say that its owner was unable to spare even a moment for introductions. That said, if you fancy yourself a miner or gatherer, you'll undoubtedly find his wares of great interest. Shunye deals in all sorts of curious flora and minerals, you see. Alas, his sole employee appears to be in poor shape, and I grow more worried about the store by the day. I believe that covers everything, more or less. It is my wish that both customers and shop owners feel mutual satisfaction with their transactions in the market, that this house of countless beads may shine more brightly than ever. With your help, I believe that wish will come true. I look forward to seeing what you accomplish, Izune. Yeah! And today we're doing all of the gathering stuff, starting with fishing. Hello, Donuhanu. Or Donuhanu. Donuhanu's shoulders are slumped. You're the fisher Ropley introduced. Perfect timing. I've got good news. You, my friend, have just inherited the deed and rights to Fish Fancy's Donuhanu. Huh? Thanks for the offer, but I'll have to pass? Yeah! I jest, lass, I jest. It's just, my little shop here's seen better days, and I worry old Donuhanu's run out of tricks to keep her afloat. Fish Fancy's Donuhanu doesn't deal in your everyday mackerel and haddock, you see. No, we deal in danger, drama, dreams. Our fish are outstanding in their waters. Fancy catches all. Of course, not everyone shares our taste for the exquisite. The average Turali wants something familiar on their dinner plates, so local fishers tend to throw their fanciest hauls right back into the ocean. Can you imagine? Dismissing a fish simply because it's not, or got too many teeth, or has eyes in certain places. Needless to say, I snatch up whatever odd catch the fishers can't untangle from their nets and sell it myself. With little results, I'm afraid. I spend my days floundering, and not in the fun way. I've all but resigned myself to mongering for the masses, but I feel like meeting you here today is a sign to keep chasing my dreams. Assuming you're here to help me, or fish me out of my troubles, that is. I guess? Thank you, lass. Thank you. Donuhanu! Donuhanu! Might I borrow you for a moment? There's a man asking about a fish down at the pier. I like the sound of that. Seeing as you're officially my partner now, why don't you come along? The pier's just there. Hi, Chaos! I hope your stream is going/went well. Also, avert thy gaze! Avert it! Hello. Never seen him before. This lad here is in search of an unusual sort of fish. I reckoned you'd be the one to ask. So you're Donohanu? Of Fish Fancy's Donohanu? Please, I need your strongest fish, straight away. Hold your horses, lad, and start from the beginning. A strong fish? 100 pardons. I didn't even introduce myself, did I? I am Passionine of the Wachumeqimeqi. Ours is a small community in Shok Taral, so you may not have heard of us. We have long upheld a close relationship with nature, as it blesses us with wild creatures who bequeath magics upon us. Oh, Martin taught me all about the Wachumeqimeqi. I know who you guys are. You're the Blue Mage guys. Oh, you know Martin. Then you must have heard how we're mastering our magical arts. I believe he fondly called it blue magic. Is a rite of passage for all Wachumeqi. Now more than ever, I need to prove my worth and help to ease my people's suffering. Unfortunately, despite my every effort, I have only been able to grasp one technique, the manipulation of piscatory energies to form phantasmal fish. What? This solitary link to Wachumeqi magic was bequeathed to me by a seabird. Limited though my abilities may be, I am determined to hone them into a strength unrivaled by any, and thereby defeat any creature my rite of passage requires. Every enemy has a weakness, and there must be a fish that can exploit each one. It's simply a matter of finding the right fins for the job. Which is why for my first trial I seek a strong fish, one capable of felling a giant leathery toad. Well, that's about the most thrilling thing I've ever heard. You're a godsend, lad. A dream come true. Boo! He says he needs something strong, bold, brave. A fish that isn't tilapia. Come on, it's back to the fancies with us. Once I've thought up the right fish, I'm counting on you to go and catch it. Yeah, sure, leave it to me, I guess. What a glorious day. I can't wait to find us a mighty swimmer. What? Oh. Right, I died something. Hang on, let me put this back. I need as much inventory space as I can get right now. So many beautiful fish. Imagine, of all the fishing docks in all the ports in all the world, Pashanine walks onto ours. I mean, he's local to this continent, and this is the largest port in the country, so it's not that difficult to imagine, but okay. I'd heard the vague rumor about mages up north who pull energies out of critters, but I had no idea they used fish. Though, it sounds like the lad's a bit of an eccentric, even among his own people. All the more reason to help him. We odd fish have to school together, after all. Now, let's see. He needs a fish strong enough to defend a giant toad, or defeat a giant toad. The skin's bound to be thick, so maybe if he uses a... No, too brittle. Give me just a moment. Oh, wait. Do you have anything new? Nope. But of course! The answer's obvious, Shizune. I can call you Shizune, can't I? I mean, for now, that is my name. Pashanine doesn't need strong, he needs sharp. To wit, the puffer, or the king puffer. Its blade-like spines are sure to deflate any toad like a defective dirigible. I don't pretend to know how Pashanine's magics work, but so long as the lad needs a fish, we'll deliver him a fish. In fact, let's deliver him several. You can never have too many fish. That's the Fish Fancy Stonohano motto. So on with you, lass. Buy yourself some crimson lugworms from Bayside Bevy, and cast your line at High Tide Harbor. As soon as you've reined in some kings, hurry back. We can't keep our friend waiting. I mean, I could buy the bait that he said, or... Let's see here. I can use a versatile lure. Also, hang on. I'm gonna put the food in here for now. And you. Sure, why not? You do. Alright. Now, turn snagging on, and unlike with the Charlian quest, let's remember to turn on the Collector's Club. There we go. Now I'm all prepared. So what's up, guys? I'm so good at this game. Fishing with one hand, eating with the other. What do you mean if it was a good game, you'd be fishing? Core, are you suggesting Final Fantasy XIV isn't a good game? Are you committing blasphemy in my chat? This fish is really pretty. I wish I could, like, put it in an aquarium. But it's not an aquarium fish. Alright, that's 3. We just need 3 more, and then we're good. Anyway. Is this gonna be it? Is it? Is it? Is it? Is it? Gimme? Gimme? Yeah? Yeah? Damn it! I got baited. But yeah, since there's RNG involved and there wasn't really, as far as I know, a good way for me to like prep for these, we're doing fishing and gathering tonight. Yeah, there we go. And then I've already gotten all the materials together needed to craft the stuff for the craft request. So Tuesday and Wednesday should go pretty smoothly. And then next week we're wrapping up the remaining side quests that we have left. And then we start raiding. If you want to like be involved with voting for what raids we're gonna have to do, because I owe the community 2 either minimum item level extreme trial series or savage raid tiers, and then an ultimate. So yeah, there's a poll going on right now. I probably should have specified. I'll add a little update to that in the Discord. UMAD is not happening. We're not doing Kefka as the ultimate. But outside of that, if you have a specific ultimate that you want to make me do in mind, you might want to factor that in when voting for what savages you guys make me do. Otherwise, we'll just do them unsynced to unlock, or like do whatever raid I have to do unsynced to unlock the ultimate, and we go from there. That's okay. We've got 5. But yeah, there is a poll set up. Also, I started up the poll for what you guys are gonna make me do if we hit 100 subs this month. I am also adding a new subscription incentive to the community, which is, now that I'm caught up with MSQ, I've got a bunch of Fantasias. So if we hit 50 subs within a month, I'll set up a poll for you guys to decide what I have to Fantasia to, while supplies last. I will be setting one Fantasia aside to make sure that I'm back to Aura for Evercold. But other than that, yeah. Lalafell, well, you guys have to get me to 50 subs first. All right, that's the last one. Huzzah. And now, one moment. Oh, shit. Wait, hang on. I miscalculated that. Let me, let me turn in these fish first, then decent. The waters of High Tide Harbor are teeming with king puffers, and they all love crimson loveworms. That's nice for them. I don't need this explained every time I do one of these quest games. I know I'm capped on purple scripts. I don't care. Flawless! The spines of true monarchy. Passionino, no doubt, puff with pleasure. In making your first successful delivery, blah blah blah, yep. It's huge! Honestly, I wish they showed more of the fish in the overworld so that we got more of a sense of scale with these things. Behold the majesty of a king! Though don't let his winsome roundness fool you. King puffers are notorious netwreckers. A menace, dead or alive. What an incredible specimen. I've never seen anything like it. Then, may I partake? Of course, lad. These are your fish to use however you like. You said you're pulling magics out of them, right? How's that done exactly? By eating every piece of it, spines and all. Huh? That's not how I learned blue magic. Meaning no disrespect, but you'd best rethink that notion, lad. You try to eat that fish and it'll gut you from the inside. It's the only way I can acquire my magics. Rest assured, I've come prepared. As I mentioned previously, my only grasp of Wachumeqimeqi is upon the slippery and scaled. Where the rest of my brethren must master many techniques, I must master many fish. The method is simple. I eat a fish in its entirety, and then I can call upon it at any time. Most Wallaki can only summon a single species, you see. The more I eat a particular fish, the stronger our spiritual affinity grows. So I am prepared to consume as many as necessary. To this end, I have spent many a moon studying the culinary arts, that I might prepare any and all fish for complete and pleasurable consumption. Any fish? Even fancy ones? I sell the occasional anchovy for my customers to munch on while they browse my better beauties, but if folks are only looking for a feast, then we make them the fanciest feast they've ever seen. Hashinine, you've got to teach me how to cook. In exchange, me and Shizune'll find any fish you need for your rite of passage. You'll have more trials to overcome than one spongy old toad, eh? Indeed, I will. Thank you, Donuhanu. I couldn't ask for a happier arrangement. Likewise, my lad. You'll be needing a kitchen, won't you? Or did you have a place in mind? No place in particular, I admit. My only aim was finding a suitable fish. The rest, I assumed, would fall into place. Well, you're welcome to use old Donuhanu's kitchen in the Resplendent Quarter. Nothing glamorous, but more glamorous than nothing. Your generosity is limitless. Then, without further ado, allow me to prepare these wonderful puffers you've caught me. And there you have it. A king puffer soup garnished with deep-fried spines. That actually sounds delicious. I'd try that. That was divine. You really ate those spines right up. You caught some wonderful specimens. Already I can feel their energies taking root within me. I must familiarize myself with new fish before I can use them in battle. If you'll excuse me, I will find some quiet corner in which to do so. Of course, of course! May your king serve you royally. Now, I suppose we wait. Fancy a quick fish? Yeah, we're now friendly fish finder. Just like you, Donuhanu is awaiting Hashinine's return. Hashinine should be back at any moment, I'd wager. At least, I hope so. Me too. Oh, there he is. Apologies for the wait. I believe I've mastered my command over the King Puffer phantasms. Their spines were able to pierce a wooden mannequin with ease. They should go right through a giant toad. My rite of passage will demand much of me. However, I will need an arsenal of fish before attempting it. Among my marks will be a gargantuan tortoise with a shell as hard as stone. Tell me, Donuhanu, do you know of a fish sturdy enough to combat such a foe? There's no fish sturdier than the Wachumeqimeqi. Their scales are as good as armor, if armor were as good as their scales. You can find them in waters Hanu, and they can't resist a honeybee on a hook. Off you go now, Shizune. Yokozumo will go with you. Thank you, Shizune. I appreciate your help. Yeah. A fish sturdy enough to shatter rock will doubtless be useful outside the hunt as well. Breaking stone, molding clay. there are countless ways I might support my community with it. Yeah! The Yokuiplikos we need should be swimming in the waters Hanu. Cast in some honeybees, and soon you'll be swimming in Yokuiplikos. Okay, but I don't have them yet. But also, just a moment. Let me just go ahead and get some decent training out of these guys. Oh, I should have been on alchemy for that, so I could get the experience from it. Oh well. I forgot you can run while desynthing. Also, what did I sell? Hang on. Sale history. Yes, that. Fair enough. I'll sort out my retainers later. Alright, to Okanu. That's not the fish I want. Oh, right. This one took me a while when I did it on my main. Which was yesterday. No! Why do I keep catching the same fish? That's not what I want. Unbelievable. The game is bullying me. We're gonna end up catching every other fish that you can catch in this hole before we get our first plate go. I can feel it. Game, please, I'm begging you. I was joking, but there's only one other fish that I'm missing that isn't a big fish. Fuck. Hey, there we go. That's one down. 5 more to go. And that's 2. Hey game, what if I said please? Again, I don't need more purple scripts. And Fisher is at 100, so I don't need it to be a collectible. I also don't have the inventory space for that. Are you kidding me? This ratio is miserable. And I do recall this one, because I just did these quests on my main yesterday, because I kind of forgot. And I remember this, like, being a problem yesterday, too. Yes. Finally, a third one. After, what was it? 8 sleepers and 8 skippers and 2 platter shells. We finally got our third Plico. Okay, that's 4, right? 2 more. We can do this. Now the question is, because we're about to go into ads, and remember, if you don't want to deal with ads, you sub. But we're about to go into ads. So the question is, will I have caught the last 2 fish that I need by the time we get back? Or does the game really hate me? Guess we're about to find out. Yeah. One more? One more, let's go! Also, let me do something. There. I'm just trying to get rid of that double post until I can sort out what's going on with that thing in StreamerBot. I did submit a ticket for support in the Discord for the guy that made the StreamerBot thing, or the extension or whatever, but like, it's the weekend, so I get why I haven't gotten a response yet. Oh! And that's the last one. Excellent. Alright. I'm gonna have to turn these in before I can desynth, damn it. Alright. Anyway, I'm gonna, since we got all the fish we needed, I am gonna step away for a little bit to get some food. Because all I got earlier was some pasta salad, and it's gone, and I'm still hungry. And then we will continue the quest when I get back. All right, we're back. And sure enough, during the ads, we got the last fish that we need. So let's head back to Tuliolol. Yeah, okay. We talked to him already. We talked to you already. Here, take the fish. Get these out of my inventory. Firm. Very firm indeed. If I didn't know better, I'd say you just handed me solid ore. Fish! What do you think, Passionine? Chizune outdid herself, if you ask me. By neither beak nor talon, as we say in Okanu. Nothing cracks a Wachumeqimeqi without its say-so. Perfect. I dare say I shall need a chisel. Just look at all this plump meat. Enough for me to get the energies I need, and then much more. Would you both care for a bite? The soft part's here. Why are those eating noises? As rich as any terrestrial game, wouldn't you say? What's more, the shell serves as a natural seal during frying, trapping its subtle flavors inside. You really know your cooking, Passionine. I've never ventured far beyond a hot grill and sprinkle of salt myself. I've never ventured far beyond a hot grill and sprinkle of salt myself. But having tasted your plico, all but proves that for every fancy fish, there's an equally fancy recipe. My, that smells delicious! Your fish wouldn't happen to be for sale, would it? I came to market on another errand, but that aroma is simply to die for. My apologies, ma'am, but that fish is already spoken for. Nonsense. I've partaken all that I require, so you're welcome to the rest. As for the recipe, it's really quite simple. First, you shall need a small chisel. I just realized no wonder I'm hungry while doing these quests. It's working, Shizune. The people are perusing our pretties. I never gave much thought to recipes, but now I see they can sell a fish all on their own. And the more fish Passionine masters, the more recipes we'll have to win new customers. Let's both keep our skills sharp, eh, lass? There's no telling what Passionine will need next. What am I now? Firm fish finder. Welcome to Fish Fancies, Donu. Oh, Shizune! It's good to see you. I've been helping out around the fancies from time to time. It's the least I can do to repay your and Donohanu's kindness. Ah! Look, they have a customer! Donohanu hums happily as he contemplates unusual fish. Shizune, I have good news! Yaha? That customer who bought our Wachumeqimeqi has been telling all and sundry what a treat they are. Business for the fancies is, well, not booming per se, but much better than usual. I'm glad my culinary techniques could be of any small help. Thanks to the two of you, my dream feels within my reach, and my training proceeds apace. Speaking of, what's next on your fish list? Surely you'll need a few more flippers to guarantee your goals. The next mark in my rite of passage is a gigantic crocodile of inordinate strength. Nothing short of a massive fish will stand up a chance, I'd wager. Like that one. That can't be an ethically sized tank for that big of a fish. The Pieruku. A discerning eye you've got there, lad. Those beauties are the svelte swimmers of Urkopacha, packing 10 ounce of fish power for every ounce of flesh. Palu fishers are known to throw their rods should they hook one, unless they thirst for a swim downstream. I'd offer you that fellow in the tank, but he's the face of fish fancies, Tonuhanu. Of all our offerings, Pieruku sells surprisingly well, likely due to its sheer volume. But Shizune here will catch you another one. A bigger one! The fisher who snagged that big boy from Curvaher the First said it went wild for honeybees. Someone with your arms should have no problems reeling in a few. Probably. You know how to swim, right? Just in case. I mean, I can breathe underwater. Do you think that might help? The face of fish fancies Tonuhanu. Yes, I'd say the resemblance is uncanny. What? What does that mean? Anyway, we want Warlord's Echo. Oh, crap. I forgot to desynth these. Hang on. You know what? Maybe I'll be okay with, just that much decent. Let's find out. this going to be an actually easy one compared to the last fish? Seems promising so far. Although if I catch too many fish, I'm gonna have to desynth just to clean up inventory space. How many fish are in this hole anyway? We'll see what happens. Okay. I need an excuse to get up and refill water anyway, so I'm gonna set that up. And give me 1 minute. Oh, it's just single stacks of everything else. Whoops. The nice thing is, I've been doing my housing item crafting log lately, so all of this fine sand will probably actually get used. Oh, my other water bottle. Okay. Now, we just need 3 more of these guys. All right, we just need one more. Oh, is that it? No, I got baited. Is that it? Damn it. Oh, shit. Uh-oh. I thought I had all the fish. Uh-oh. Uh, uh, what am I willing to get rid of? Uh, oh, I might actually need you for something I want to craft. Uh-oh. Let's see here. I guess I'll get rid of that and then desynth the— oops, not you. Desynth the rest of you? Real quick? My bad. I thought I had everything from this particular location. And that everything would just stack. Alright, that'll be good enough for now. Again, I have a good reason for my inventory being this full. Nobody come for about it. Please. Damn it. The game just likes tormenting me. Wait a minute. No. I don't want to run into the same problem again. One moment. Good enough. Here, fishy, fishy. Here, fishy, fishy. Did that work? Damn it. Whoever said fishing was a relaxing activity lied. Ah, there we go. All right. And for once, I have the inventory space to desynth the leftovers. Oh wait, I didn't want to do that. Okay. And then we go back to Thule. Hauling in a fish the size of your own body is a fisher's fantasy, isn't it? Pack your bee bag and go and pull us some core Piraruku from around Carver the First. Already did that. Here you go. I'm not going to ask how you managed to drag this sheer mass of core Piraruku all the way back to Tuliolo. I'm not going to ask, but I would love to know. Don't worry about it. Now this is the sort of core Piraruku you need, Passionine. Smooth, shiny, and enormous. Are you really planning to eat all of it? Of course. My development demands it. Only by partaking of a fish in its entirety might I come to understand its energies. This applies doubly so for fish of such prodigious body mass. Despite its size, however, I can tell its meat has a mild flavor. A sauce of aromatic herbs should pair well, and I dare say the head will have plenty of fat to lend a savory taste. You can tell all that with just a look? My lips are too chapped for me to try to whistle, guys. Sorry. Now that's lovin' thy fish. But old Donuhanu won't be outdone. I'll learn your recipe and pass it on to everyone who buys a core Piraruku. Just wait till the Pelu Pelu get a taste of those aromatic herbs, eh? They might start keeping a firmer grip on their rods. It is my hope that that by creating a delicious fish, I might pay respect to the life of which I partake. Preparing and eating this fish will take some time. If you need me, I shall be in your kitchen, Donuhanu. And once I have finished, I should be prepared for my rite. Yeah! Boy, that's weird. He's all set for his rite at the level 95 quest. This is like... There's an anime I watch, and I'm not going to say which one so that I can talk about this without worrying about spoiling people. But let's just say I spent a lot of time being like, uh-oh, the main character, if this is a magical girl anime, and the main character's hair is pink, and she has a close friend with blue hair, and we've got a blonde who's like the leader slash mentor character. Uh-oh. And there's a redhead. Uh-oh, uh-oh. We're halfway through the story and nothing bad has happened, but also they're celebrating the fact that they've defeated their enemy and there's still half the season left? Uh-oh! And sure enough, all of those uh-ohs were warranted. I am not talking about Madoka Magica, by the way. That's what caused all the uh-ohs. The Korapir Rukuyu pot was both delicious and mighty. I doubt I will feel hungry for quite some time. Donuhanu regards Passionine with pride. The time's finally come, eh? Are you nervous about your trials? The prospect of testing my skills in battle is daunting, but so I must if I am to prove my worth as a Wallaki. Besides, I carry with me more than phantasms of the aquatic. Your wisdom and Shizune's tenacity will also steer me true. In keeping with Wallaki tradition, one of my brethren will witness my rite of passage. It is a hunt that will take me across the land, but my final stop will be in Uyuyub. I would be honored if you would come and meet me there, that you might see what I have accomplished. The honor would be all ours, Passionine. Shizune will go on ahead while I close up here. Good luck. Uyuyub, he said. That's in Kozamauka, lass. Go on, I'll be right behind you. I think this kind of ties in with some nitpicks I have about Dawn Trail. Overall, I think it's good. I definitely think it's better written than Endwalker, and I know that is a spicy take for me to have. But Endwalker has a lot of problems with its writing. But it does feel weird to me that a tribe that is located way north in Chaparral, that for some reason their like rite of passage ends in Kozamaoka all the way down in Yokural. Like if they were a bigger, more prolific tribe where they're like, oh yeah, there's offshoots of our people all over the continent, maybe it'd be different. But they're like, yeah, we're a small tribe. We're very specific to one specific part of our continent. And that continent is the northern area of this country that takes up 2 continents. And for some reason, their rite of passage ends all the way in the south. Feels a little strange to me. Feels like maybe by this point in the story, we should have reached Yoktural for a trial for the rite of succession. And then maybe this quest could have been located in Shaloni or something. Just a thought. We must be early. Yeah, we must be. Hunting is time-consuming work, even by traditional means. Might take a tad longer when you're fighting with fish. You made it! I hope I didn't keep you waiting long. Whoa, look at that! You did it! A gargantuan toad punctured by king puffers. A mighty tortoise shattered by Yokui plicos. and a behemoth crocodile crushed by poor Piraruku. My comrade bore witness to both my hunt and the passing of these noble beasts. They will be conveyed to our village, whereupon they shall receive proper burial rites. You're gonna take these things all the way up north? Won't their bodies have started rotting by the time you get up there? So you're headed home then? Past your rite of passage with flying colors, as we knew you would. Not yet. There is another beast I must defeat before I can be accepted as a true Wallaki. Greater and deadlier than the rest combined. Our carnivorous tree with the body of a beast. I know I ought to have told you sooner, but I'm afraid I have no idea how to slay it. Surely even fish have their limits. Now listen here, Passionine. I don't know what your people expect of you, but I've seen how dedicated you are to your craft, and there's nothing the right fish can't do. So old Donuhanu will get you that fish. In fact, just the other day I heard from a Chabral trader that something strange and dangerous is lurking in the cenotes of the Jatika heartland. Leave this one to me, Shizune. I was a bit of a fisher in my youth. I think I can handle one simple catch. How long ago were you in your youth? But didn't you just say it was dangerous? I'm going after him. And I guess I'm going after you. Passionine has always struggled with our people's arts, but few Wallaki rival him in persistence. There was a time he felt ashamed of his limitations, but the young man I saw today was confident in his abilities. I imagine we have you and the feathered fellow to thank for that. Speaking of which, you ought to follow him to Yakel. There's no telling what sort of danger lurks in those cenotes, and I wouldn't put it past Passionine to attempt something noble but reckless. I will convey these beasts to our village. Passionine will participate in their burial upon his return. In the meantime, you should make haste to the Jatika Heartland. Do you also have mystery pockets that can fit things way bigger than you would think? And can you teleport, and that's how you're getting all 3 of these things up to your village in the northern part of the continent? Because otherwise, we're here. We're here somewhere. And you guys are somewhere way up here. Anyway, I'm going to move now. Oh no, what happened? Donuhanu, are you alright? Chizune, ugh, I was a fool. Whoever could have guessed this would happen. I thought I had it, but my line snapped and sent me reeling like some green fisher. But there was no mistaking what I saw. There's a shark in these cenotes. Must have drifted here from the salt by way of the underground channels. It was already angry when I met it, and having my hook in its mouth can't be improving its mood. You've got to catch it, Shizune, both to help Passionine and maintain public safety. I used honeybees to lure it from the depths, and it can't have gone far. Hurry before it cracks the hip of another foolish fishmonger. Alrighty. Now, let's see how easy this actually is. On my main, I got the fish I needed on the first try. Will that happen again? Only one way to find out. Huh. That did work. Okay. Interesting. I wonder if that's on purpose, or... Leave Donuhanu to me. I will ensure no further harm comes to him. You're back! Did you get that piece of... Or did you get that piece of carp? Boo! This enormous creature commutes between cenote and ocean every day to support its loving family. Or at least... it did. Oof. I knew at first tug it wasn't an ordinary fish. But this defies imagination. Look, as long as your first or second monitor content is Josh Strife Hayes, I will happily accept second. Also, hi, Zev. I knew at first tug it wasn't an ordinary fish, but this defies imagination. Oh! 18 months! Wow! Wait, is that how long I've been affiliate? Because you were my OG mod. If I had a cap, I'd... or doff it, Shizune. You're a phenomenal fisher. A fish of this size and strength may be exactly what I need to defeat that carnivorous tree. What luck! What luck! Finding one of these in open ocean would have been a trying task. But now, you've got everything you need to face your final challenge. Anyway, we can talk more back at the Fancies. A man needs to be surrounded by his favorite fish if he's to make a full recovery. Ugh. I made affiliate, what, in July? Was it July or August? I can't remember. I think I made affiliate in July, and, like, I originally started streaming in August. Way back. Okay. Kiliolol. Okay, that works out really well with something I kind of wanted to do with the channel. Assuming that things line up well in terms of, like, rating and stuff. I kind of want to do a donathon, and I was thinking about doing it in July, where I just play Baldur's Gate every day, Baldur's Gate 3 specifically, and try to raise money to, fill in those empty animated emote slots. I can hardly believe I caught that shark. Your talents are formidable, Shizune. Home at last. But at least now, Passionine is ready. The speed and strength of one of the ocean's deadliest predators will serve you well. Only, you'd best make a meal of it soon. Nothing's quite so stinky as a slain shark. Before I do, I must know something. That a shop dealing in rare and unusual fish should even exist feels miraculous to me, like an answer to all my prayers. Yet you have far exceeded the demands of a fishmonger to assist me, even to the point of personal injury. Why? Well, it's a bit embarrassing to put into words, lad. But like I told Shizune earlier, these fish, these big, small, strange, ugly, fancy fish, are my passion. I'll never tire of seeing what sorts of bizarre creatures are swimming around out there. But where I see beauty, some folks see danger. What I consider fascinating, others consider a nuisance. When something like a cenote shark floats into a populated area, more likely than not it gets exterminated on principle. Unusual catches get discarded as worthless all the time. Are we still talking about fish? Their worth is dismissed simply because they're different, and that ruffles my feathers. It's our responsibility as fish lovers to honor our catches, each and every one. Only, it takes more than simply loving a fish to convince others of its value. It takes a deep understanding of everything that fish has to offer. And that I learned from you, Passionine. You're the reason Fish Fancy's Donuhanu might one day become the shop that gives odd fish a place in markets everywhere. So don't you worry yourself about old Donuhanu, lad. Keep your eyes on getting through that rite of passage like the proud Wallaki you're destined to be. Now, go on and eat up. That beastly tree isn't gonna topple itself. Thank you. I won't let you down. When Passionina's due to return, I'll let you know. Thanks, Shizune. Hear that, guys? He'll let me know. So, is he back yet? The fishmonger's feathers are fluffed in anticipation of Passionina's return. Any moment now, and Passionine should be back with news. There he is. Ahoy! Passionine, the fearless fish fighter. Pray, do not call me fearless, Donuhanu. I fled from that vile carnivorous tree and came here now in disgrace. My brethren reassured me that I may undertake the trial again, but I cannot for the life of me imagine what fish might fell of the dread beast. I cast aside the cenote shark as though it were a mere minnow. There, there, lad. We'll find you another fish. Never you fear. In the meantime, let's get something in your belly, eh? Nothing lifts the spirits like a fancy feast. Say, Shizune, do you have a permit to travel into Jacques Tarral? I still don't understand why you need a permit, but yeah. Excellent. There's a fascinating fish in Shaloni that's said to refresh and rejuvenate. Nothing better to perk up our pale Passionine, I'd say. Do you mean the raging Hanu head? The very same. You're familiar with old Mad Head, then? I've never seen one in person, but I've heard they resemble Hanu, and that they migrate from the water into the sky upon maturity. An indomitable fish. A fish of substance. We need 6 of them, Shizune. Cross the bridge to Shaloni and cast your line into the eastbound Zorgor. And don't forget dragonflies for your bait. We're counting on you. Yeah, just leave it to me. After all the help you've given me, I still failed. I'm so sorry. Okay, like, here's my issue with the whole permit thing. Jokes aside, is that, like, it very much feels like the way they handled Jacques Tarral in general feels like they put gamification above storytelling in a way that made things feel weird. Because, like, the whole story about, like, the Dawn Servant and stuff is that Tarral was at war, like, the different tribes and stuff were at war, and, Galulja united the people. But then you need a permit to cross over to, or, like, go between the continents. That feels really strange and nonsensical, and they never really give an explanation. And I could understand being like, oh yeah, traders specifically need a permit because they're carrying a bunch of wares and they need to, like, manage the flow of traffic of the caravans, wagons, what have you, going across the bridge, because there's probably going to be a weight limit, and also you want to prevent traffic jams. But for normal ass people who are just, like, adventuring and stuff, it doesn't make as much sense for there to be a permit required. Not to mention, like, it doesn't make sense if, like, he united both continents, that the right of succession only takes place in Yogg-Thorol and doesn't have anything going on in Shock-Thorol. And I don't know if they, like, decided to condense things and ended up cutting parts of the story that was supposed to take place in the north for the sake of gamification. My pet theory, because fun fact, Dawn Trail base MSQ is exactly 100 quests. And I think somebody saw, or, like, thought that, oh, hey, it would be cool if the expansion where players hit level 100 was exactly 100 quests. I can understand that seeming really cool on paper, but in practice, it doesn't work. They needed to let the story be however many quests they needed to tell the story they were trying to tell. And I think a lot of issues with Dawn Trail probably could have been resolved simply by having it be, like, maybe 10 quests more. To give them some space to, say, better flesh out Kona, have some of the right of succession take place in Shock-Thorol, have both of those things be go hand in hand. But yeah. I probably will do someday, and I can write it better for Dawn Trail. I want to wait until the current story arc is done. Because, like, I am planning on doing it, and I could write it better for Realm Reborn, and that one is very much informed by stuff that happens later in the story. To try and make it fit better with the rest of MSQ, and also make certain things more cohesive. But I feel comfortable doing that because the Heidelin Zodiac arc is concluded. I'm gonna catch one more fish and then we'll do some decent cleaning. Or rather, I'm gonna catch however many it takes to, like, fill that second to last slot. Is probably the better way to word that. Oh, but my original statement, it turns out, holds up. Ooh. Something that's not fine sand. Interesting. I am a little confused why Dawn Trailfish are giving us Night World pieces instead of... I mean, I get Elegant also wouldn't make sense, but, you know, come up with something new that's specific to this continent if the Elegants didn't make it this far. Because Night World is a complete... like, that's in reference to Shadowbringers. Gotta do something again. Come on, we just need one more. Yeah! Yeah? Maybe I celebrated too soon. Yeah? Yeah? Gimme? Yeah! Alright. I'm gonna use the rest of the ad break to, go potty real quick and also refill my water pitcher. So I will be right back, guys. Alright, we're back. So, let's return to Tuli. My headphones on backwards. Here we go. I'm gonna sell this real quick. There we go. Alright, what could be better than having a fish twin? Toss a dragonfly or two into eastbound Zorgor and reel us in some raging Hanu heads, Chizune. Here you go. Well, I'll be finned and scaled. In all my years of mongering fish, I've never seen a finer fellow than the raging Hanu head. Yeah! It's so big! I don't completely see how it looks like a Hanu. It just looks like a giant goldfish to me, but okay. Remarkably rotund. Yes, a fine resemblance indeed. Sure. I first heard about the raging Hanu head from a traveling Pelu merchant. In virtue of our close ties to nature, we Wallaki are always keen to hear of new and unusual creatures, you see. Apparently, their eggs are laid in freshwater lakes, but once hatchlings reach maturity, they leap into the clouds by way of the water spouts created by hell snow sharks. At first, I thought it odd that a shock Turali fish was named for a Yoke Turali peoples. But perhaps a traveler like that merchant found its shape reminiscent of a people who left an unforgettable impression, and so fondly named the creature. Be it of shock Tural or yoke Tural, that's a fish that'll soothe your spirits and strengthen your resolve. I'll leave the cooking to you, Passionine, though don't mind me studying your technique as you do. If there's a trick to making heavenly patches even heavenlier, our customers need to know. Let's have ourselves a raging feast, eh? Dubiously cannibalistic, though it may be. It's not! It's a fish! It's not actually a Hanu. Would you care for a servant of raging Hanu head, Shizune? Plate me up. I'm intrigued. Also, if he's that concerned about being a cannibal, shouldn't he be more worried about eating any kind of actual bird? Do they eat chicken? Boy, what would he think if he came over to Eorzea and saw people eating chocobo? Understood. I'll get straight to work. They have some kind of poultry in Tural, right? I'm trying to think now. Here we are. Raging Hanu had soup. Oh god, eating noises. My beloved. Delicious. Disturbingly delicious. The meat had a fluffier texture than I imagined. A result of its aerial habitat, perhaps. Without a doubt. Happy is the man who sups on fresh catches, even if they do look slightly like him. In that you're both orange, or kind of orange and round? Thanks for fetching us to treat, Chizune. Now that Pashinine's got color in his cheeks, we can see about fishing for his final challenge. Old Donuhanu's just got to give it a good think, and he'll be sure to come up with something. Though I partook of it for its nutritional value, the raging Hanu head will serve as a great decoy in battle thanks to its bright coloring. I'm glad we could help. Hang on. You have more customers! Ah! You've never seen Donuhanu in such a state of concentration. Shizune, you surprised me. I'm feeling much improved in both body and spirit thanks to you both. I'm glad to hear it, lad. Ready to take on your trial again? Then we need to find you a fish among fish, with fins that can cut that carnivorous tree to timber. When my cenote shark failed to evoke so much as a flinch, I tried unleashing every fish at my disposal. I think I only irritated it. We might need a fresh perspective then. Shizune, what think you of this conundrum? Passionine can do it, he just has to believe. No, this character isn't that stupid. Sounds like brute fish alone isn't going to work. That's a fair point, lass. We've been choosing based on might, but there are plenty of ways for a fish to finish first. For instance, in Heritage Found, was it? They say light and energies are thick in the air. Any fish that thrives in such a habitat should be brimming with power. The power to paralyze even the sturdiest beast. Are you up for the journey, Shizune? Yeah. Of course you are. You're an ally to all things aquatic. Am I? I'm fishing them up so that this guy can eat them. I'm not sure they would consider me an ally. No, I don't know the area half as well as a local, but once you arrive up north, ask around. We're looking for big, bad, and shocking. Then I will continue training in the meantime. When I face that monster again, it will know the true fury of my piscatory phantoms. I'm sorry I can't offer you more guidance this time, lass. But I trust your judgment. Whatever fish you find and catch will be exactly what Passionine needs. I'll make sure my kitchen is ready and waiting for him. Okie dokie! Sorry, but I work in agriculture. I wouldn't know the first thing about fish, electric or otherwise. Did you try the submerged skyline? Where there's water, I'd wager there's fish. Lightning aspected fish? Well, you've come to the right place. I can't remember where exactly, but I once saw a dorsal fin that was crackling with energy. Got shivers just looking at it. Was it by the old city? Or closer to Everkeep? I can't remember. I forgot to talk to the lady a second time. Like I said, I'm a farmer, not a fisher. All I know is that the deep waters beyond the submerged skyline might have fish in it. Hang on. That's grammatically incorrect. It should either be the waters have fish in them, or the water has fish in it. Square Enix, anytime you want to hire me to be your editor, I'm available. I will happily take that job. Not many come in search of our fish or fulmus surgeons. Fewer still leave with one. Find yourself a popper and drop your line in the submerged skyline. The fulmus surgeon developed an ability to store electrical energies within its body, so take care when handling it. If you're lucky enough to hook one, that is. So, we're supposed to catch our fishy fish somewhere around here. Here we go. Are we gonna get what we need on the first try? Yeah, we got it. I'm sorry I can't offer you more guidance this time, lass, but I trust your judgment. Whatever fish you find and catch will be exactly what Passionine needs. I'll make sure my kitchen is ready and waiting for him. Well, here you go. When faced with shocking changes to its environment, this large freshwater fish became shocking itself. Now this is an electrifying catch, Shizune. A bolt from the blue. Yeah! It sure is. They call it a fulmus surgeon, do they? And it adapted to the hardships of its environment by skill and dedication. This is a fish to remember, lass. Inspirational boo! Fish shall warrant more caution than usual in the kitchen. I've never partaken of a fish so steeped in lightning energies. Already keen on devouring the odd fish whole. They say you you are what you eat, Passionine, but nobody shows it better than you. From you, Donuhanu, that is flattery of the highest order. I will gratefully partake of your fish and attempt my trial once more. I hope you'll honor me with your presence on the day. This time, I will succeed. Yeah! There's not a place I'd rather be, lad. I am not the man I was. I have all I need to prevail. Great beast of the wilds, by your might may my worth be proven. Denizens of the blue, attend! Full force? Fulma Surgeon! Now, I do have questions, because this thing is a tree monster. Would electricity, like, Pokemon rules or dictate that electric types they don't do well against grass types. So, like, huh? Great beast of the wilds, I pay homage to your sacrifice. By your might has my worth been tested, and by the fates may it be measured true. Rights will be bestowed upon your body, and by your strength shall I protect our nation, or our natural world. Remarkable, lad. Well done. Traditionally, were the blue mages supposed to get spells from fighting these creatures? It just occurred to me. Like, I know his blue magic is broken and that's why he has to use fish, but like... Tonuhanu, Shizune, this is all thanks to you. I came to you as a frantic novice, begging for a fish with which to prove myself. And now here I stand, a worthy member of my tribe, confident in my command of sharks and sturgeons alike. How can I ever repay you? With money. You repay me with money. I'm pondering the same, Passionine. How can I ever repay you for the recipes, for teaching our customers the flavors of fancy fish? Thanks to you, our piscatory pails have a place in the market. Fishers are bringing me all sorts of catches now, finding value where they didn't think to look before. Soon, Fish Fancy's Donuhanu won't just be that queer little stall in Wachumeqimeqi. Will be the preeminent dealer of unusual aquatic specimens from across the continent. A place where even the oddest fish are welcome. So you hold your head high, lad, and take your place as a full-fledged Wallaki. You'll always have friends waiting for you in Tuliolo. Yeah! But okay, great, now pay me. You said business is booming, right? So you should be able to afford my services? Fish Fancy's Donuhanu. She lives, last. She pulls a humble profit. And Passionine is gone and achieved his dreams. You stood by us every step of the way, Shizune. We'd both have been lost without you. I hope you enjoyed your time at the Fancies. Not really. I have a new appreciation for the word fancy, that's for sure. That's what I like to hear. There are so many different and fascinating swimmers out there. Just a cast away. Your skill will continue to reel in the big ones, I have little doubt. And Passionina and I will be broadening our repertoire of the unordinary. So I hope you'll come by from time to time and brag about your latest catches. We odd fish have to stick together after all. And that means you too, Shizune, like it or not. What do I have right now? 3 of those. 4 of those. 3? I'm gonna go with you. Not that it really matters all that much right now. But, Yeah! Alright, and that's the Fisher quest done! And now, we go and do the minor botany ones. And this is the part where I remind everybody that your streamer is a queer romance author. Smile. For no particular reason. The grain gatherer is eyeing you with an impressed look. Oh? You're a woman who plucks the finest of the land's offerings with their own hands. Am I right? I suppose. Aha! I knew it the moment I set eyes upon you. I share the same passion, in fact, or at least I used to. For many happy years did I work in the employ of Shunye's apothecary, gathering only specimens of the utmost quality. Alas, such work wears on the body, and mine has about had its fill. Every day my knees and back make new cries of protest, so I have finally decided to leave this business to younger hands. And yours look fit to succeed me, maybe even surpass me. I reckon you'd fill my old position at Shunye's apothecary nicely. You will fill it, won't you? Do I have a choice? I'd hate for Shunye to be left alone to prop up such a bustling business. Consider the opportunity. I promise you'd be hard-pressed to find a better man to work for. You can find him at the far end of the marketplace. At least go and see what he's about, will you? I already have a job, though. It's saving the Okay, bye. I guess I can see what he's all about. What tool is that? Hang on. That's pretty. Oh, that's the current. Oh, man, I really need to work on my tools. Hang on. Water. Need water. All right. Oh, hello there. Apologies for not noticing you. A merchant's work is endless, you see, and I find myself short-handed these days. Welcome to Shunye's apothecary, friend. Are you searching for something specific? Perhaps one of my displays caught your eye. It most certainly is well organized. I've seen that look before. You're wondering just what sort of shop this is. To put it simply, I purvey goods which promote a healthy body and mind. Herbs to cleanse mild ailments, incense to calm the senses, stone to massage aching shoulders, and much more, as you can see. Naturally, this requires the use of various plants and minerals which possess uncommon, and some would even say mystical, properties, which I acquire from discerning and trusted gatherers. Yeah, I think one of those discerning and trusting gatherers sent me to be hired by you. However, the flow of goods has recently slowed to a trickle, and I've found it difficult to keep my shelf stocked. You may find my selection somewhat wanting, if I'm being honest. I was actually sent here for a job? So you must be the gatherer Ropley spoke of. Are you here to offer your services? Yes, that's what I've been saying! Of course, I'm more than grateful for the help. I hope this is the start of a mutually pleasant relationship, Suzune. Excuse me, but are you the proprietor of this shop? Is it true you are of the Shatona tribe? Eh? Oh, hello there. Yes, on both accounts. What brings you to Shunye's apothecary, friend? I am Uvlo. Oh no, hang on. I'm gonna do my best. I am Uvlo Gajusev? That has three consonants in a row. I don't know how to read that. I hail from the village of Kuguma, located on the eastern continent of Othard. I was traveling the three continents in an effort to expand my horizons when I learned of a people similar to the Vira who lived in Taral. The Vira, oh my god, I can pronounce words. I wished to learn all I could of them, so I boarded the first ship across the sea I could find. Once at port, I asked where I might find any Shatona, and was pointed here. Please, allow me to serve you. I can hunt, I can fight, and I can gather. Surely one of my skills can be of use. All I ask in return is that you teach me of your people. Oh, what a day this has turned out to be. One moment desperate for help, the next spoiled for choice. Uvlo, was it? I know you've come far, and I can sense your sincerity. But my conversation doesn't fetch so high a price. Simply purchase one of my wares, and we can chat for as long as you like. What's the matter, Uvlo? What's wrong, buddy? Are you, perchance, a bit broke? I have no money. Not even a single coin. I spent my very last one hiring a ship to bring me here. Ah, then I can't very well expect your custom, can I? Apologies for the interruption, Shizune. Where were we? Ah, yes. Would you agree to a small test of your talents before we begin our work in earnest? Sure. I love unpaid trials before getting hired. I suppose I'll be testing you, too. That is, of course, assuming you still wish to work with me. Of course! I'm at your disposal. You need only tell me what to do. Then your task is simple. Bring me goods that I can sell to eager customers. There's no better way to take stock of your talents. You may now undertake deliveries for Shune's apothecary at Wachumeqimeqi. Yeah! It's time for the husbands! You seek work too? Well, I hope we can call each other partner in due time. Shunier is eager to put your skills to the test. Now, shall we get started? I want both of you to head to Urkopacha and bring me back an assortment of my most popular staples. Namely, I'm looking for maca, a plant which imparts unflagging vigor, and springstone, which is used to warm the body and soothe aches in the muscles. You can bring me whichever is easier for you to gather. Either will sell just as quickly. Since this is only a trial, let's start with, say, 6 or so? 6 springstones from Urkopacha. Understood. I shall return with haste. You may now undertake blah 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 blah. Yep, we know how this works. Also, guys, I oopsied. I haven't streamed in like a month. I haven't been talking as much as I used to. Because, like, I talk a lot more during my streams than I do in my day-to-day. I'm definitely gonna have to have some, like, tea or ice cream to soothe my sore throat after stream. Haha, oopsie daisy. Okay. Now... Where? Eh? Oh, there we go. This. Oh, shit. Uh-oh. I forgot a thing. Let's see here. You know what? I might have a solution. Have I crafted one of these already? Whoops, that's not what I wanted. Hang on. Okay, I have crafted one of those. Is this an overgather? You know what? Fairy apples are pretty easy to reclaim. Yeah, sure. I'll just be sure to clean up my inventory a little bit when I... Where's this gathering node that it's pointing to? Or is it just like that even though the nodes are all gone? That's annoying and confusing. But yeah, now that we have the Fisher quest out of the way, we've got the longest Wachumeqimeqi quest done. So it is smooth sailing, no pun intended, for the rest of the week. Okay. Tim, do you have inventory space for food? Kinda. Not really, but like... Maybe I should reorganize things and put seeds in a different container. You know what? Actually, that's exactly what I need to do. Tim, get back here. Why did I put seeds in this retainer in the first place? He is my food holding retainer. Alright, now, John? You have all the rest of my housing related stuff, so might as well put all of this in here as well. Perfect. There, I'm free. You can find the staples I require. Oop! What was that? I'll just... Okay. You can find the staples I require in Urkapacha. Either the muck or a springstone will suffice. Bring me whichever one is easier for you to acquire. Here you go. That was quicker than I expected. Let's see. Oh my, this delivery is better than I could have imagined. Almost too good, in fact. My customers might come to take such quality for granted. Thanks for the hard work. It's always comforting to see my shelves stocked. Yeah! I earned his trust. I must say, there's no greater reassurance than knowing I have wares to sell. Even though this was but a trial run, you conducted yourself flawlessly. Thank you. Truth be told, when I first began this endeavor, I didn't imagine I would sell such a wide array of goods. But health is a goal we all share, and there are any number of ways to pursue it. Take maca, for instance. It thrives in the harsh climes of Urkopacha, accumulating nutrients from its unique environment. It has been a favorite since time immemorial for its nutritional value and invigorating properties. Springstone, on the other hand, is a type of volcanic rock. It retains heat rather well, so after a bit of polishing and warming, you can place it on in your pocket or directly on the skin. Even in hotter regions, it's used to relieve stiff muscles and troublesome aches. I know you came to me seeking gainful employment, but you must place your own health first and foremost. If anything ever fails you, I would welcome your custom with open arms. Great. Do I get an employee discount? Speaking of which, you haven't seen Uvlo, have you? I hope he hasn't gotten lost. Judging by his story, he arrived in Tural only shortly before visiting my shop. His confident stride suggested he knew where he was going, but how could he? I am returned, Master Shinye. I hope my deliveries meet with your satisfaction. Well, I suppose there was no need to worry. Yes, these are good. They'll certainly sell. Forgive my imposition, but have you been to Tural before? Or did you hire someone to guide you? Neither. This is my first time in Tural, and I have no money for a guide. Yet this city is home to a great many people. If you ask around for information, you can piece together any puzzle in time. That is, of course, if you have the patience to do so. Does this mean you've reached a decision regarding my employment? Indeed. You did well today. So, for the time being, I have no objection to continuing our business relationship. Business relationship, huh? It's a start. And of course, I'd like to continue working with you as well, Shizune. However, I understand you aren't the type to stay in one place over long. Let's keep it simple, shall we? Stop by whenever you have time for a few tasks, and I shall recompense you accordingly. Then it's settled. Don't be a stranger, Shizune. Oh, don't worry, I won't be. Shizune, forgive my rudeness for not introducing myself sooner. I'm Uvlo of Kugumek Village. I hope to learn much from someone of your experience. Just as I hope to learn about the Shatona from you, Master Shinye. May we all prosper under your tutelage. Well, I may prove to be a worthless teacher in that regard, but I suppose I can try. As for our mutual prosperity, that depends on us. That is to say, we need to get selling. My customers will be pleased to see my stocks replenished at last. What a weird way to word that. I'm a greenhorn gatherer. Wait a minute. I'm level 100. I ain't no greenhorn. This quest starts at level 90! The fuck you mean, Greenhorn? Master Shunye has been more than accommodating, and I would repay his kindness with honest labor. I have worked almost every job under the sun during my travels, so I shall be here for whatever he needs. Whatever he needs, huh? Wait. Almost every job under the sun you've worked, huh? Shunye is ready to begin a new day of peddling wellness. Good day, Shizune. Are you here for more work? I could certainly use the help. Yeah. Just tell me what to gather. Thank you. Having another deft hand at my disposal will speed things along. How is Uvlo getting along? He's doing quite well, all things considered. The only hurdle to speak of has been his complete lack of funds. He couldn't even afford to lodge himself. He assured me that he has no qualms sleeping under the stars, but I can't very well have my employees camping in the wilds like common vagabonds. In the end, I invited him to live with me. Oh, did you? Was there only one bed? He may not always think ahead, but it's plain that in all other aspects, he's quite thorough. He's neat and organized, has never once been late, and is ever quick to ask questions when something confounds him. I suppose this is a natural consequence of his upbringing. He said he never lacked for mentors growing up. A much different life than the one I led. The men of my people spend much of their time alone, and as a result, many of us develop habits more lax than not, myself included. Even so, I find his scrupulous attitude refreshing. History will say they were housemates. Is there work to be done? Just so, Uvlo. If you've finished taking stock, I would ask that you accompany Shizune to gather a few more things to sell. Of course, working with someone more experienced than myself is always a pleasure. Good, good. Today will be very similar to the last time. I want you to bring me more of my popular products, namely those that benefit the soul. Firstly, cuttings from a fragrant tree that is said to purify the body of toxins. Secondly, a type of amethyst that is treasured in Yogg-Thurul for its purported ability to calm troubled spirits. While usage of these items differs slightly depending on the customer's cultural practices, they are generally thought to ward off evil humors accumulated in the mind, body, and soul. Fascinating. Wood and stones? I thought health to be the realm of medicine and alchemy. I mean, this is an apothecary. It makes me wonder what hidden powers the objects arrayed here might possess. Of course, I only sell products of proven repute, but even that is no guarantee that an item which positively affects one person will do the same for another. Some even purchase goods based solely on the fact that they are pleasing to the eye. Salves that take many forms, as I've learned. That explains the sheer variety. Do you travel the continent in search of new goods? Not quite. I depend on gatherers such as yourselves, mostly. That, and a handful of trusted merchants. I dare not leave the shop unattended for long, you see. And, well, I have my reasons for not often venturing beyond the city's gates. But enough of that, yes? There's work to be done. You can find what I need in the northern region of Wachumeqimeqi. As always, the higher the quality of your delivery, the better your reward shall be. I would like to test my hand at collecting both. Shizune, I hardly suspect you require any practice, so I trust you will decide which task better suits your skills. I mean, she's equally skilled at both, but at this point, canonically, both of my characters prefer mining. This one's main crafter is blacksmith, and her sister is a goldsmith. I want O'Connor. I kind of want to do more with this character's lore in terms of like my content creation in general. I'm playing around with some ideas. Here we go. It's actually 600. All right. This way? Over here? Ah, here we go. Okay. You just need one. And then... Sure. There we go. I just realized this week really is going to be like full-on crafting gathering week, because besides cosmic exploration getting an update on Tuesday, they're adding the new custom delivery NPC. So that's fun. Wares which cater to our spiritual needs are popular amongst customers, old and new. I would have you gather the finest of them from Kozamauka. Okay, here you go. I know I'm capped on purple scripts. Leave me alone. You left me speechless once again. I'm almost afraid to examine your delivery for fear of tarnishing its beauty. I shall have to maintain a delicate touch. Thank you? This is more than suitable. Good work, Shizune. You're quite good at this, I must admit. How many hours do you reckon you've spent searching for the Earth's finest bounties? Too many. I am returned. Wood cuttings and amethysts. I hope they are up to your discerning standards. Welcome back, Uvlo. Let's have a look. Oh my. Well, I can certainly sell the wood cuttings as they are, but these amethysts, they're almost flawless. Where did you find such a rich vein? I am something of an expert in the subject of minerals, you see. I hail from the snow-capped mountains of the Skate Range, where we have naught but rock and snow to gaze upon. To the untrained eye, one stone is much the same as another, but somehow has singular essences, which we have learned to identify. My people believe these to be the souls of our forebears, returned to their ancestral home, and we carry them on our person as a form of protection. The Skate Range? I've never been, but your words paint a picture well enough. I want to go there someday! You and my own continent have traveled so far, to say nothing of travelers from Tyrol. Do you have a map, Shizune? I believe it would do Master Shinye well if we consulted it. I want to see where it is. I want to go! Here, the Skate Range. Dominating Central authored. The mountains mark the border between the Burn and the former kingdom of Dalmasca. My clan is known as the Vina Vera, and their settlements can be found in and around the Skate Range. Kuguma, my village, is among them. Let me go! Also, let me go to Dalmasca! As is common with other Vera clans, the women oversee day-to-day life in Kuguma, while the men dwell outside its gates as protectors. The land is harsh and unforgiving, but the knowledge of our ancestors teaches us how to hunt when prey is scarce, and forage when frost kills all but the hardiest plants. In this way, we lived until the Garlean Empire rose like a blight upon the earth. Although we were never threatened by them directly, the nations we called neighbors fell one by one to their ambition. Our elders decided to cut off all contact with the outside world, but as time went on, more and more came to realize that such extreme measures were untenable. And so, some years back... ads are happening soon! And so some years back, it was decided that one among us would journey into the outside world to gather the most precious resource of all, knowledge. They must grasp the complex workings of the larger world, attuning themselves to the pulse of modern life until it beats within their own, or with their own. Then they must return to the village and teach all they have learned. And you are this person, I take it? My family name, I'm not trying to pronounce that again, means cloud, and like a cloud I drift from land to land, eventually returning to my home to provide the nourishing rain of knowledge to my people. I see. That's why you're so eager to learn of the Shatona. From their way of life, I hope to extract valuable nuggets of wisdom that will help my own people. When I heard of the Shatona, I imagined how we Vera would live across the sea. How could our long lives play out in a different environment? What sort of society would we build? Or how would our long lives play out in a different society? Different environment. Whatever it was. People so far apart, but so similar. I had to see for myself how you fared. I apologize for speaking so long. Thank you for lending us your map, Shizune. I can tell you care deeply for your people. They are my family. Although my path is not an easy one, I would climb even the sheerest cliff for their sake. You really would, wouldn't you? Never mind that. Thank you for sharing your story with us, Uvlo. And thank you both for a job well done. I look forward to hiring your services again, Shizune. Steam increased. Ad break started. I am gonna put up the BRB screen until we get back. And get some stretchies in or something. And see you guys in a few minutes. Alright, we're back. Hey guys. What do you have to say, Ublo? I return home immediately if I learn aught that may pose a danger to my people. Otherwise, I return once every other winter to share the knowledge I have acquired in my travels. My village cannot be reached by established land or air routes, nor can we rely on the Ethernet. Returning there is a trying and expensive journey in and of itself, during which I cannot fulfill my duty. Junier seems pleased with the brisk business of his apothecary. It's good to see you, Shizune. Come to see how business is doing? Yeah. And how you two boys are doing, wink. I have finished my work. If you require Shizune's aid, then allow me to help. Of course, I'm grateful to have such an eager worker in my employ. But I must remind you to rest. Even you have a limit, surely. My masters trained me well for my role. An endless journey requires endless vitality, and I was prepared to endure such a trial. Well, I've no reason to mistrust your judgment, but I know how tiring a long journey can be, so don't hesitate to take a constitutional at your leisure. You do? I thought you rarely ventured past the city's gates. Oh, you seem busy. Should I return later? Uapiota, welcome. Feel free to browse my wares. My employees here shall be glad to help with anything you might require. Employees? You hired more? 2 more? Hi! I hoped against hope that you'd quit this foolish distraction after that old codger retired. Rude? Just how many moons do you intend to stay cooped up in the city, playing shopkeep like a child? Super rude? If there's anything you wish to order, simply say the word. That is why you're here, isn't it? You never did listen. Fine. If you insist on keeping this up, then I could use cleansing supplies for the household. You know where to make your delivery. She seems nice. That was my sister. Born of a different mother, but my sister all the same. Among the Shatona, and the Vera where you hail from, I wager. It's not an uncommon circumstance. The gender of my people becomes apparent as we grow. The large majority are women, with men being somewhat of a rarity. Thus, we generally do not marry a single partner, as is common with other peoples. Most of us have siblings from different fathers or mothers. But regardless of blood, a customer is a customer, and her order must be fulfilled. A delivery of supplies that our people use to cleanse their homes in the midst of bustling cities. Sprigs of saka sage and purifying water from Niquarepi. I'm completely out of both, so I'm tasking you with journeying to Shaloni and gathering whichever best suits your skills. I shall go too, and bring back what Shizune cannot. Cool. You handle the botany, I'll handle the mining? Go team! Shaloni. Where in Shaloni? Where in Shaloni? Here we go. Oh, that's convenient. One of the best things that they added this expansion to Craft for Gathering. I love revisit procs. Alright. Back to Tuliala we go! Apologies about my sister's less than friendly attitude. Nevertheless, she has made an order, and it's our duty to fulfill it. Excellent work, Shizune. Although I shouldn't be surprised. I admit I'm half tempted to keep this delivery for myself. But alas, Uvlo should return soon, and then we can get everything together to send to my sister. Everything seems to be in order, and all to my standards. Thank you both once again. You said these cleanse your homes. How exactly? Do they keep insects away, or perhaps they keep the floors clean? Indeed, they do serve such purposes, but more importantly, they're essential to upholding Shitona customs. Even among those of us living in cities, keeping in harmony with nature is of the utmost importance. All things breathe the energy of life. The earth and sea, the rivers and forests, the rain, wind, and sun. Every animal that walks, swims, or flies is beholden to this energy. By attuning ourselves to its flow and availing ourselves of its blessing, we become a part of it, and thus a part of every living thing under the heavens. And so, when we choose a place to live, we do our best to keep things as they are. We fell trees only when absolutely necessary, or else live in the natural shelter of caves. Some of our small settlements even make use of buildings abandoned by other peoples. Like Tuliolol did? Of course, the Shitona are not a monolith, and since the Dawn Servant unified Toral, many have come to hold different values to their ancestors. Nowadays, Shitona are not an uncommon sight even in a metropolis like Tuliolol. Some even consider embracing change to be a part of nature's flow. However, no small number of city-dwelling Shitona feel an almost unbearable sense of suffocation when inside cramped buildings. I see. I suppose these supplies are a way of allowing nature's blessing into your homes and maintaining your connection to its cycle. Exactly. Saka Sage is native to the wilderness of Shaloni and is purported to be closely linked to the greater power flowing around us, which lends it potent cleansing properties. Miqwerepi feeds into several bodies of water, Lake Tori among them. Such water passes through countless valleys and under vast reaches of sky, and connects us to that unfathomable journey. Uapiota lived near those waters for some time, in fact. After her children set off on their own journeys, she settled down in Tuliolol with a new family, but she still maintains a strong connection to the natural energies she was once surrounded by. So we'd best not keep her waiting, eh? I would go myself, but I've had enough of her scoldings for one day. Could you go in my stead, Shizune? You can expect a satisfactory reward for your troubles, I promise. That sounds nice. Someone has suspicions. Shunye's special delivery is ready for an adventurous pair of hands. I've finished putting together Uapiota's delivery. Please be careful with it. I always am careful with my deliveries. She lives in the Resplendent Quarter. Here, I've marked it on your map. Master Shunye, I would go along with Shizune, with your permission. Consider it a diversion from my work. You have been urging me to take time off to relax after all. You have a strange idea of relaxation, but I see no reason to object. Very well, you both can deliver this package to my sister. Apologies for the imposition, Shizune. Let us depart at once. I get it. You want to use this opportunity to snoop into your husband's past. I get it. I realize my sister didn't make a very good first impression, but I assure you she's normally quite cheerful and compassionate. I'm sure she'll treat you with kindness. Here she is. Let us complete our task. Uh-huh. Oh, you two. I saw you at my brother's shop, yes? I take it he asked you to deliver my order. That he did. This package contains everything a Shitona needs to maintain their connection to nature, even in the middle of a bustling city. Yes, everything's here. I must say, these materials are of higher quality than I've come to expect. My brother has had a good stroke of fortune with you two, it seems. So what's the deal? I apologize for my conduct before. It was unbecoming of me, and I hope to make amends. But above all, please help my brother succeed in his endeavors. I mean, I thought that's what we were already doing. You appeared rather unsupportive earlier. I was under the impression you wished he would quit his shop and leave the city. Why? Surely life here is not so terrible a prospect. What, checking him out? I thought there was something different about you. You don't hail from Tural, do you? What gave it away? How pale he is? The way his skin crackles and burns in the moonlight? My people value living in harmony with nature above all, and settle only where that harmony won't be disturbed. In small villages, usually. They are built and maintained by our women. The men travel from village to village, fostering our bonds with one another. Our families are built upon the relationship between parent and child. When a child is born, their mother and father become inextricably bound to each other as well. Mothers live with their children until they become independent, while fathers continue to travel. As the seasons turn, the men visit their families in each village they pass through. Although their time together is fleeting, it's always precious. We talk until the small hours of the morning, sharing all that has happened since last we met. The fathers tell us how the other villages fare, and it makes our small settlements feel so much larger. Although there is no one place we can point to as the home of the Shitona, we are connected in this way, like the roots of a great tree. Fascinating. We Viera lead such different lives. Yet even so, there are shades of similarity. I take it Shunye did not always live in Tuliolal, then. He used to travel the land as well. The bond with his first family was formed in a small village to the north, among the tall mountains. Yet not long after his departure one season, the village was suddenly destroyed. None survived. No one knows exactly what happened, but those who saw the aftermath said that nothing but scarred and scorched earth remained. A terrible sight. Since that day, Shunye ceased to travel. For 50 years, he's lived in this city, all alone. "50 years? That means... How many winters has Shunye seen exactly?" He was born shortly after the formation of Tuliolol, so that would make him 80 or so, I suppose. 80? All this time I have been a fool. His nature is so amiable. I thought him to be the same age as I. How could he forgive my utter rudeness? Prying into his past without paying him the proper respects. I must apologize to save my honor and my life and your relationship. How old are... Incredibly rude to ask, but how old are you, Uvlo? I have seen but 32 winters. A babe compared to Shunye. Vera men must pay the utmost respect to their elders. Those who forget this do not live to become an elder themselves. I must make amends to with Shunye. You're his sister. Please, tell me what I can give him. I don't think Shunye cares, but you seemed quite insistent, so perhaps something he could sell in his apothecary? A Pelu friend of mine told me that in the highlands of Urkopacha one can find many rare plants and minerals. Flowers that bloom but once in many moons, emeralds with enchanting patterns, and more besides. A brilliant idea! I shall depart to Urkopacha at once and collect the finest items I can. Shizune, I must request your aid. Although the burden of shame is solely mine to bear, I fear that I alone cannot gather enough items to make up for the magnitude of my disrespect. Will you agree? Please, would you be my savior? Or you would be my savior. Thank you, Shizune. I shall leave at once. Let us meet again at the apothecary to deliver my offering. Ah, the enthusiasm of youth. Uvlo may be treating this more seriously than he needs to, but perhaps that energy may rub off on Shunye. To be fair, better to get a fancy gift when you think that or to apologize when you think you've upset your partner, even if you haven't, than to act like nothing's wrong, even when there's something, when there is something. Go. Oh, I just had to like normal gather it? Okay. Let me tippy tap this just to gather it. Oop. Oh well, it's fine. Back to Tuliolol we go. Oh my god. No, they left before I could see if their name actually was Hildebrand. Or like how they named their character, rather. Oh, poor guy. Please, deliver the rest of my offering to Master Shunye. I would do it myself, but I must stay in this position as a form of repentance. It is a custom I learned in the Far East, and I have yet to find a better way to express the shame in one's heart. Welcome back, Shizune. Uvlo told me about everything. Most emphatically, I might add. There's much I would say on the matter, but as I'm taken to understand that you've brought me a gift, I would happily receive it from you first. Thank you for the hydrate! My word, Uvlo's gift alone left me speechless. This is surely more than I deserve. Materials of this quality can only be gathered by truly skilled hands. I'm grateful, you can be sure. All is forgiven, Uvlo. In fact, there's nothing for me to forgive. As Wapiota had told you, my people live with their mothers until they come of age. From her, they learn all the skills and knowledge they need to flourish, without any strict hierarchy among the men. While I appreciate your gesture, I would be much obliged if we could continue on as we have been. Well... As you wish, Master Shunye. I'm glad we've reached an understanding. Now, let's get back to work, shall we? Before that, regardless of whether or not I owe you respect, I still pried into your past only to sate my own curiosity. And for that, I am deeply sorry. There's no need. It wasn't as if I meant to keep it a secret. So let me clear the air. What Pyota told you was true. My travels ended 50 years ago, after I lost my family. To us, death isn't something to be mourned. It's merely another part of the cycle of life. I should have carried on, and found a new family in a new village. But I couldn't. Not while the cause of my family's death remained a mystery. Do you truly know nothing? The complete destruction of a settlement, even a small one, surely would have not gone unnoticed. I think you underestimate how small. You could count the number of houses on one hand. To reach the nearest proper village, we had to traverse 2 towering mountains. Few could have witnessed the incident. The scale of destruction was too great for bandits. Many have suggested that a Taral Vidral was to blame. I was lodging in the aforementioned village when the tidings reached me. A few days prior, a streak of light had scarred the skies, so bright that it was clearly visible even in daytime. It disappeared behind the mountain peaks, and soon after, the earth trembled. The trees and mountains shook, and wind bore dust through the valleys. That sounds like a meteor. That was the conclusion I reached as well. A meteor from the heavens struck my family's home by pure chance. Anyway, it's only a theory. You would think the evidence of such a tragedy would be more definitive, but it hasn't quite been that easy. Wait a moment, please. What is this? Stones like this were found scattered about in the ruins, as if the heavens themselves wept to see the devastation. I've taken to calling them azure tears. Having been in this business for so long, I can hazard a guess as to their true nature, and I believe that proof of what befell my family must lie within these fragments. Even so, decisive evidence continues to elude me. Then again, perhaps my desire for answers causes me to see connections where there are none. Cool. We're helping you now. But even if I wanted to, I can't let it go. I shall do my utmost under Master Shunye's employ. For now, that is all I can do. Shunye appears concerned for one of his most diligent employees. I mean, you only have the two of us as far as I am aware. Welcome back to my apothecary, Shizune. I always appreciate you stopping by. We're busy as ever, as you can see. Although, since last we met, Duflo has been acting strangely. Also, technically, I'm more of a freelancer, so you only really have one full-time employee. He brushes off at all my attempts to help and works with a singular focus. I think he still believes he crossed a line when asking about my past, and is focusing his efforts more than usual to make up for his perceived affront. All of which is to say, I've no work for you today. Well, if our tasks for the day are done, I think we should try to unravel the nature of these azure tears you found. Aha! I understand now. You squared away today's work so quickly because you had hoped to employ Shizune's energies on the tears. Not exactly, yet I admit the thought did occur to me. I have found it difficult to think of aught else as of late. What could those stones possibly be? Truth be told, I can scarce imagine how we might prove they are connected to a meteor. As difficult as it is for me to admit, Master Shunye, your theory remains just that. Yet if we were to find similar crystals at another location where meteors had fallen, what then? Would that not provide sufficient evidence that the two phenomena are related? I don't think you'll find anything. I've asked all who would listen if they've seen anything resembling the tears, but even the most worldly of my connections say they're quite singular. Perhaps they are the only objects of their kind in this world. In that case, they would be rarer than any precious jewel. I believe your inability to find any information on them gives us all the more reason to look. Shizune and I have yet to search for them, after all, and you know our skill at finding the rarest of specimens. We might as well try. You too? Very well. But I'll only make this imposition on you once. You've done enough for me already. Now, there are several locations in Tyrol where meteorites have fallen in the past. The Seshudros crater is reported to be the largest by scholars who studied such phenomena. However, over the years, nature has healed the scar left behind. Soil has accumulated, and trees have taken root. Now the area is known as Yakel. But I doubt a little earth and water and wood can deter you. Somewhere under all that wildlife, you may find material that has lain there since the meteor struck. If you find something that resembles the tears, then you may be able to solidify a theory of what transpired 50 years ago. We'll know they came from a meteorite, at least. Well then, let us waste no time. Off to Yakel we go. Somehow I missed the fact that Yakel itself, like all of Yakel, was in a crater. So that means if we look at the world map, oh, it even says Yakel right there. I see. Okay, I am just a dummy. Tuliol is there. That's probably Urkopacha and Kazamauka. So yeah, there's like a whole part of the map. Ooh, there's a lot of the map we could go to someday. And then there's Fantasy Canada. All right. I love that I can just right-click this and... Come on. Come on. Ah, there we go. Gathering location. Why didn't that work right away? Stupid game, making me look bad. Give me orb. I'm sorry that you got roped into this, but I'm looking forward to seeing what you can find all the same. What we seek is most likely in Yakel. You'll have to dig deep, but I know you're equal to the task. Amazing! This is plainly composed of materials entirely different to those found in the on the surface of Yakel. Much more dense, much older, and shaped so beautifully besides. You've done well, Shizune, With both your and Uvlo's samples, we may be able to reach a conclusion at last. Did you discover aught? Or did you discover aught? Well, I was able to detect small fragments of a deep blue substance. And when I shined a light on it, its color did indeed resemble the tears. But even so, there wasn't enough. As far as my abilities can discern, there's no way to say for certain that the two substances are one and the same. What about, like, ethereal signature? Is that not a thing? I see. Yet you admit a possibility that they might be related. These are good tidings. We simply need to keep digging, and eventually we will find a sample large enough to give us a definite conclusion. I did not expect this journey to be finished after just one outing. I shall return to Yoctel as many times as it takes. Why must you do this to yourself, Uvlo? You needn't feel obligated to help me resolve this personal matter. At the end of the day, it won't teach you any more about the Shitona, but it'll help you, and that matters to him. You are correct. I admit that digging deep into the soil is not a task that will help me or my people thrive. Yet hearing Uapiota speak with such affection about her family, and seeing you suffer so deeply from the loss of your own, I came to a realization. Though we may call ourselves by different names, both of our peoples cherish family above all. If my village suffered the same fate as yours, I would not rest until I found the cause. I could not suffer to live with myself otherwise. And I know you feel the same. That is why you still have the tears, even though they hold naught but painful memories. Before, you said that your long years running this shop allowed you to guess that the stones were related to your tragedy. But I know that deep down, you started this apothecary because you knew it would bring you closer to an answer. As your employee, it is only meet that I should help you archive this, or achieve this goal. Allow me to help you, Master Shunye. And history will say they were business partners. So reckless you are in your own journey, yet but so diligent in helping me along in mine. I hope you've at least managed to save a handful of coins since coming here. Not a penny! If we're going forward with this, I must ask that you spare Yoctel future digging. I wouldn't sacrifice the region's natural beauty in my quest, nor damage another's home. There has to be a different way, but I shall require time to find it. When I do, I only ask that you be there to help, Shizune. Can I count on you? Yeah, sure. Thank you. Truly. I'll have to sell a good portion of my stock to pay back the debt I'll owe you after all this is said and done. Yeah, I'm a glorious gatherer! Of course, Master Shunye pays me for my work, although I have little use for money. I tried to give him some of my wages since he is hosting my stay, but he refused. Then how are you broke? So, in exchange for his hospitality, I clean and take care of other household matters. This has allowed him to open shop at the same time each morning, which has garnered much praise from his regular customers, and history will say they were housemates. Shuni brightens up more than usual at your arrival into its apothecary. You're here just in time, Shizune. I would seek counsel from my best of gatherers. Uvlo, a moment, if you will. Before we begin, I would once again like to offer my thanks. What you brought back from Yoctel was more than I could have imagined. Even so, our efforts were lacking. We still have yet to identify the origins of the tears. Have you thought of where we might go next? In a manner of speaking, I suppose. But I must warn you, I can't say for certain we'll find anything. Most of my knowledge of the tears comes from stories I've heard from fellow merchants. In fact, it was a merchant from Ikrush who suggested Yoctel as a place of inquiry, given its history with meteorites. We often exchanged information as well as goods. And although that led ultimately... hang on, let me try that again. Although that lead ultimately bore no fruit, looking back, I believe my mistake was relying solely on incomplete information. You need a perspective from Mumuk to complete the whole picture. I see we're on the same track, Shizune. The merchant in question was of the Jabral, and as such may not have been privy to information from Mumuk. Although the two tribes are now at peace, their history is one of conflict. Even if the merchant hadn't been one of their ancestral enemies, the Mamuljar, who populate Mumuk, are known to be wary of outsiders. I understand times have changed in that respect, but I wonder how realistic it would be to try and seek information in Mumuk. I mean, I'm friends with a number of people in Mumuk, so I could try asking. You've been there before? Of course. We've been working together for so long, I almost forgot about your storied history. Obviously, the right of succession brought you to every corner of Thrall. Well, it brought me to every corner. It brought me to every southern corner of Thrall. It should have brought me to every corner, but, you know. Then I would give you this task, Shizune. Go to Mumuk and speak with the people there. Perhaps someone has seen something that resembles the tears. You should accompany her. I can manage the shop well enough in your absence. That is kind of you, truly. But if you're even half as good at gathering information as you are at gathering materials, then your talents would be wasted here. Please, go with Shizune. I shall remain here and await your gift of good tidings. You can be sure of it. Then let us depart from Mumuk. Also, I'm realizing something. And it's gonna bother me. The level 60 or 95 botany/minor quest takes us to Shaloni. So there is no reason why the Fisher quest had to take us to Kazamuka instead of Shaloni. They just, I guess, did things to that didn't make sense for reasons, question mark? Anyway, let's go to Mumuk. Did they just not, for some reason, want the level 95 quests for both Fisher and the other gatherers to be in Shaloni for some reason? We are here. I suppose now we slip up or split up and speak with whomever we see. They may not talk to you. You disagree? Ah, yes. Master Shinye did mention the Mulja here are wary of outsiders. Then you take the lead, Shizune. I shall follow and learn. With any luck, someone here will be able to help us. Both Shinye and I are fortunate to have one so well-traveled as you for an ally. I doubt we could have come so far on our own. I was mistaken to I was taken to understand that Mamook was rather isolated, or was a rather isolated settlement. That an aetheryte stands at its entrance. It makes me wonder whether one could be built in my village. It makes me wonder why. Yeah, if they were so isolated and wary of outsiders, why did they have an aetheryte? Ah, 'tis a thought best forgotten. I hear the cost of maintaining an aetheryte is quite exorbitant. Where did Mamook get the money? Well, I guess, like... No, where did they get the money? Every day I spend in the outside world, I realize more and more how it revolves around money. Oh, I recognize you. You were with Bakuljaja, weren't you? What business do you have with one such as me? Looking for pretty stone? A crystallized stone shaped like a teardrop? I couldn't say I've seen such a thing. If I had, I'm sure I would have remembered it. With so many changes happening in Mamook of late, I wonder if merchants will bring us new wares. Jewelry, perhaps. Yes, lustrous jewelry. Do you think I remember every single rock I lay eyes on? That's the one thing we don't have any shortage of around here. Maybe if rocks could fill a hungry belly, I'd pay more attention to them. But they can't, so I don't. Now leave me be. Okay, but what about the gainery? I helped make that happen. Maybe show a little gratitude? Jeez. You again? Still come with a head full of rocks by the looks of it. Leave me be. If I knew anything that could help you, I'd help myself first. Rude. Which I realize is kind of typical for this place, but still. Can't you see I'm resting? Why are you asking me about crystals? Just take a few steps into the wilderness and you'll practically trip over them. Eh? What do you mean that's not what you're looking for? And why do you think I care? If you don't leave me alone so I can get some shut-eye, I'll show you exactly where you can shove those damn crystals. I cannot say I have ever seen statues quite like these before. I take it these designs are meant to evoke a Mamulja's head. Of course, I understand the desire to immortalize one's forebears with stone objects. My people do much the same, yet to build structures of stones in the middle of such a lush forests, no matter how many times I see it, I always find it peculiar. Why, isn't this an interesting line of inquiry? Yaktel was once rich with ores of all hues, but I've never heard of one shaped like a teardrop. It would take a skilled artisan to make a shape like that. Perhaps if some force were applied to the ore right at the moment of crystallization. Or perhaps if tears themselves were crystallized. Ah, but those are only idle thoughts. Either way, I've never seen such a thing with my own eyes. So what have we learned? Not much of use from where I stand. Shizune, if you will, I would suggest we approach our questioning from a different angle. If we can say, if we can say one thing for certain, it is that the stone is rare indeed. So instead of seeking instead of seeking it outright, perhaps we should first seek someone who collects such objects. Not a bad idea. Good. Then we are decided. Let us not lose heart yet. Yaktel rests above the Seshudros crater, whose sheer size makes one shudder to imagine the meteor which created it. If these stones you seek are indeed the remnants of such a phenomenon, then surely something resembling them must have been found by now. Oh, nope. Let's go around this way. For reasons. A gatherer in Mumuk? A friend of mine had a particular knack for it. Every time he came back from a scouting mission, he would have some rare specimen in his hands. It was a nice way to earn some extra coin. He's no longer with us, unfortunately, but his grandson works at Wachumeqimeqi Grove, and I hear is a deft hand himself. The boy's name was... Apologies. Names come and go from this old memory of mine, but I can remember my departed friend like we had just spoken yesterday. A collector of rare stones and plants, you say? I'm sure I've heard of at least one. Ah, yes, I do recall the youngest soldier mentioning his grandfather had quite the collection. He used to bring back all sorts of bits and bobs. Wait. Oh. They needed to remove one of those backs. That's a badly formed sentence. It should either read he used to bring back all sorts of bits and bobs from his reconnoiters, or he used to bring all sorts of bits and bobs back from his reconnoiters. You don't need both of those backs. I admit it's been quite a while since I've spoken to Gasalja, so I cannot say whether he's held on to his grandfather's belongings. That story sounded very familiar. I believe this Gasalja's grandfather may be the very collector we seek. Or may have been, rather. Still, the obvious course of action is to speak with Gasalja and see if he still possesses any of his grandfather's belongings. Let us depart to Wachumeqimeqi Grove. No other names spring to mind, I'm sorry. Perhaps someone else can help you. Do you have anything new? We search for one Gasalja, who works at the Wachumeqimeqi Grove. It is good we have a name. I do not think the Mumulja would appreciate us pestering each and every worker there. Let's go! Everywhere we are surrounded by trees of unimaginable height. I feel so small in comparison. The clan of Vera, known as the Rava, who dwell within the Gulmore jungle, would likely be unmoved by such a sight. Instead, their eyes would seek out places where their natural complexion would allow them to blend into the surrounding foliage. By contrast, Vera of my tribe are more suited to camouflaging themselves among the snow-capped mountains, or mountaintops. Still, ad break. I'll talk to him again when we get back. I'm gonna step away for a minute, and I'll see you guys on the other side of the ads. Okay, we're back. Let's try this conversation with Ubla one more time. Discuss the forest. Everywhere we are surrounded by trees of unimaginable height. I feel so small in comparison. The clan of Vera, known as the Rava, who dwell within the Gulmore jungle, would likely be unmoved by such a sight. Instead, their eyes would seek out places where their natural complexion would allow them to blend into the surrounding foliage. By contrast, the Viera of my tribe are more suited to camouflaging themselves among the snow-capped mountaintops. Still, the fauna of this place does have a unique coloring. Perhaps I could disguise myself if I so desired. Would you turn around for a moment, Shizune? Do we have time to be playing hide and seek? Oh, hello. Did you need something from me? You're Gasolja, yes? Grandson of a renowned collector, as we have heard. I am, and my grandfather was indeed fond of showing off his collection. But how in the world did you know that? We asked around town. Well, that explains everything. Still, this is quite an unexpected visit. And we thank you for indulging us. So, did your grandsire's collection contain or anything that might resemble the stones we told you about? Yes. Your description made me recall one of my favorites, in fact. I'm sad to say I lost it when I was a child, though, but my memory of it is crystal clear. I see. Unfortunately, a memory is not enough for us to judge whether the two are related. I may know where he found it. As you heard, my grandfather served as a scout when the Mamulja and Jabral were at war. He was known as a swimmer without equal, and used the cenotes to travel to every corner of the forest unnoticed. Cenotes. Those are the springs which dot the forest, correct? Are you saying they connect somehow? Yes, a network of tunnels runs under the earth. One can travel the width and breadth of the forest, if you know where to go, that is. I remember my grandfather said he found the crystal on a mission to Ikrash. It was lying there on the cenote floor, as if waiting for him. It's likely that he found it in Ikrash Soli, where the waters once ran red as blood. The Jabral would bury their fallen warriors there, and none expected a scout to be bold enough to trespass. This story has promise. The samples we found before were pulled from deep layers of the earth, formed at a time immediately following the meteorite's impact. There is no telling how far down these tunnels reach, but doubtless they pass through the same layers. Naturally, material from these layers would corrode and settle at the bottom of cenotes. Yes, this has promise indeed. It's worth a shot. Josalja, you have given us direction. Thank you, truly. No, thank you for allowing me to remember my grandfather so fondly. May you find that which you seek. Let us make our way to Ikrash Soli, Shizune. This has been an interesting day, thanks to you. I'll tell my grandfather this story next time I go to pay my respects. Alright, now we go north. And up. So is Yoctel in the crater or to the it's like right at the edge. I see. But this also looks like it says Yoctel. Or is this the same? No, this is just the same thing no matter what in terms of it being a marker in Yoctorol. Okay, I get it. But yeah, oh. So, this is Ikrosh Soli. I find it hard to believe that these waters were once stained red with the blood of war. I mean, that's also where Bloodshore got its name, in Lenosha. Luckily, the cenote is now clear and our vision should be unclouded as we search. Or should I say, your vision. This is difficult to confess. Eh? As you know, I was trained among the snowy mountaintops. Mountaintops have bodies of water? You can imagine how poorly I might fare in a body of water. You have lakes? Although it shames me to place this burden on your shoulders, I would rather my soul not join those that were set adrift in this cenote. That is, of course, assuming you possess the skill that I lack. You've been traveling for how many years? Only returning to your home village every 2 years? And you don't know how to swim? Good, good. Thank you, Shizune. I have never been able to depend on you when I find myself wanting. You shall be the example I strive to emulate in my future travels. I shall stay here and await your safe return. Good luck. Unbelievable. Let me... Oh, am I hitting the wrong thing? No? Am I not far out enough? That was the problem. Okay. I was like, I know I'm hitting the right hotkey. It's like hardwired into my muscle memory. Then no, everything is fine. Azure fragment. Give me. I might as well gather one of you. You made it. You were down there for so long. I began to fear the worst. I was down there for like a minute, not even 30 seconds. You must be half fish for how indefatigable your lungs are. No, I just got a blessing from a turtle. So, did you find aught? I found this. Found in the bottom of Ikrosh Soli, this tear-shaped fragment has a faint blue hue. Or blue glow, I'm sorry. To the best of my recollection, this looks almost exactly like the stone Master Shunye had. Its shape, but unmistakable blue. We did it, Shizune! It appears our intuition was correct after all. This crystal is a remnant of a grievous wound dealt to the earth. 'Twas the case in ancient times, and 'twas the case 50 years ago. We must return to Master Shunye with haste. Let fortune smile upon us at last. I've never seen you two so excited to bring me a delivery. I take it something good is in store? Yep. Here you go. Where did you... Did you really find this in Yoctel? But how? By swimming. You dived to the bottom of cenote? I mean, not really, but sure. But the waters are so cold, and the caves are so labyrinthian. Not to mention, a single misplaced stroke would cloud your vision with sediment. Even so, here you are before me, and I'm more grateful for that than anything else. Junier's apothecary could ask for none more skilled, none more brave than you two. I'll start examining this right away. Soon, we'll have our answers. You found the impossible. I can say without a shadow of a doubt that this fragment is made of the very same material as the azure tears I found in my ruined home. Have we proven have we proven your theory? As to the true nature of those stones, and how your village met its fate? I am now certain that these stones formed much in the same way as obsidian does near volcanoes. When minerals are melted by extreme heat, they cool into glassy lumps. In this case, when the meteor struck, the heat must have not only melted the earth, but sent it flying into the heavens. In the air, it cooled into the shape of wilted petals, the shape of tears. But they hold something else as well. The meteorite brought instantaneous destruction to the area of its impact. All the plants, animals, and people, gone. Their life force scattered into the air. I see. It is ether which sleeps in those stones. When that energy fails to return to the life stream, it crystallizes. Just so. I believe these are more than mere lumps of glass. The blue light is the shining essence of all that was taken from me. For 50 years I searched, and for 50 years I knew one thing, that answers would never bring them back. And I knew that even if I proved the cause of my tragedy, that revelation would bring no comfort. Even so, the land of Tural wept that day, for all that was lost in an instant. Now that I know that, I can move beyond my sorrow. I can remember my family as they were. Their smiles, those bright days we shared, our happiness. Thank you, you two. I feel as if a great weight has been lifted from my shoulders. Within nature's grand cycle, the life I lived back then shall remain a shining beacon. I knew you had not strayed far from your roots. We simply had to help you dig them up again. it may soon be time to depart upon another journey. The first in a long while. Not to find a new family, per se, but to attune myself to nature's rhythm once again. You have brought me pieces of a much greater whole that I would rejoin. Is it because you have a new family already? I shall let the wind's breath carry me where it will, and so long as the boundless horizon is before me, I shall walk. A worthy goal. Yeah, sounds like fun. I would like to think that I comported myself well at this apothecary. In so doing, I succeeded in fulfilling both my responsibility to my people and also my obligation to Master Shinye as a friend. And history will say they were friends. Although you may tire of my praise, I'd like to express my thanks to you both once more. You would have been exceptional help. You would have been exceptional help if you did nothing more than gather what I asked, but you went far beyond that. Likewise, I learned more of the Shatona than I would have hoped, or could have hoped. Yet my own quest is far from over. I would take this opportunity to go out into Taral and experience all it has to offer, the culture of the Shatona included. So if indeed you plan on leaving this city, I ask that you allow me to join you. Besides, the journey is only as good as your companions. Or so they say, and history will say they were companions! Do you have room for another? You wish to accompany us? You would be more than welcome, certainly. But I'd rather not earn the jealousy of Wachumeqimeqi and the rest of your illustrious friends. Damn, okay, fair enough. So when our journey begins, feel free to come and go as you please. I know how popular you are, after all. I mean, I know a certain bunny who might join up with you guys as well. Imagine these two with Aaronville. Either way, these are decisions to be made in the future. For now, I don't intend to close up shop. Truly? Regardless of my reasons for starting this apothecary, I've become quite fond of it. To say nothing of my loyal customers, abandoning them without notice would be unseemly. And besides, how long do you believe you can travel with such a light coin purse, Uvlo? Sleeping under the stars and foraging for your own food will only take you so far. Soon you'll be penniless, and Taral's less hospitable climes might very well take you. You wouldn't let that happen! Well, I can... You can stay here and earn a bit more coin before you are tracked. I would be a terrible owner if I let one of my best workers be so reckless. So, for a while at least, let's continue on as we have been. There's so much more to be done, after all. Oh, they're even out now. Well... Not that it matters, I don't plan on messing with melding on this character anytime soon. Shinye is ready to manage his apothecary with new insight to guide him. He now considers you a genius gatherer. He better! Look at these boys. There are no deliveries to be made today, it seems. Still, the shop must be cleaned and customers must be tended to. I must admit, I cannot count dealing with customers among my skills. I would rather stick to tasks which I can complete with my hands, but Master Chunier was most insistent I get out there and smile, as he put it. He said friendly faces attract new customers. I think it shall be quite a while, I think it shall be a while yet until I understand the subtleties of running a business in such a large city. Welcome, Shizune. I'll be glad to hear business at, or you'll be glad to hear business is brisk, in no small part thanks to your efforts. As for our journey, well, Uvlo is still gathering the funds. I offered to cover our travel expenses, but he is loath to be in debt to an elder. It's been 50 years since I've left this city, so I have no issue with staying here a little while longer. While Uvlo readies his funds, I shall take my time preparing the shop and myself for the journey ahead. Shizune, good to see you. I'm happy to report that our fancy fish are still selling, and our stock has never looked odder. Just today we got another strange catch, which means I'll need to broaden my repertoire of recipes again, just like Passionine taught me. Haven't heard from him recently, but I suspect our Wachumeqimeqi friend's doing just fine. No news is good news after all. Yeah, so that's it for the Wachumeqimeqi quest tonight, but I mentioned earlier, Tuesday is when when Cosmic Exploration is getting updated. So, let's head over to Best Ways Burrow and do the Oasis quest that we're missing. Oh! In the middle of a red alert. What's the visual? Oh, is it the bubbles? Oh, that's pretty. Hang on. Hold on. I want to see what the... There's a certain area I want to see in this weather. We can get there while it's still lasting. I wish they hadn't recycled music for this, though. Please let it be pretty. Ooh, it is! Look at this! My orb is in orb. Orb! Wow! Bubble Bloom? That's so cute! Oh, is the mining... Oh, interesting. You, like, mine the stuff in the bubbles? Fascinating. Wait, ooh, let's see if I can get there in time. Does that mean the botany one had plants inside bubbles? I'm not gonna make it in time. It ends in like 15 seconds, not even. I'm still gonna try. Never mind. I didn't make it. Yep, that's the weather back to normal. But neat! I really like voices. I think it's really pretty. I'm really excited for the new area, too. Alright, anyway. Where? Here we go. Hi, Searching Way. Having come this far, Searching Way is confident that nothing can bring the initiative down. Chizune! You've explored Oasis to your liking then? Or perhaps more, but with the spontaneous gravity shifts. I've been up and down all over the place. Hello again, my friends. I'm pleased to report that appellations have been assigned to most everything, and with nary a gravitational mishap besides. Fantastic work as always, Naming Way. With each new star we reach, your nuanced nomenclature becomes ever more essential to the initiative. I truly had my work cut out for me this time. Ruin after nameless ruin, and all built by a nameless culture. Naturally, this necessitated a novel approach. Come to think of it, your nomenclature takes on a distinctive theme in each place we go. That must be terribly troublesome to accomplish. How sweet of you to notice! It is my fondest hope that everyone in the initiative comes to appreciate each star's unique characteristics, so I try to do my part to highlight them. How about it, Shizune? Might you be interested to learn how I've chosen to characterize our dear, despoiled oasis? Knowing Naming Way, he's been toiling in anticipation of this very opportunity. Go on then, but try not to get too caught up. Naming Way does so love to cart you around like one of his many, many dictionaries. If you're ready to begin today's terrific tour, we'll begin with terra firma. Yeah! Our strolls together are always such a delight. I do wish maybe they had given this area slightly different music, but oh well. Do you recall the lamp melt marble we utilized on Fena? This new stone is in a similar vein. But it was developed by our team expressly for terra firma. It began with a question. Why does much of the skyborne rock merely float in place? There had to be a natural counterbalance at play, and so we started digging. The ore we found below can be used to shield against forces both gravitational and magnetic, so we ground it down to make the marble you see in the panels just here, or just there. Those panels. Neat. We believe that many voyagers once made their homes here. Quite literally, as each domicile appears to have been carved out of a single native boulder by arcane means. Thus, I call them rock hollow homes. Though they lie empty now, they still have much to tell us of their inhabitants, who may have been no taller than the people of Aetheris. Our base of operations is nested within the Megalithopolis, a once great city of stone. Given that family dwellings are clustered here, as well as the largest ruins we've found, it must have been a vibrant, bustling community. Granted, it had a different identity then. It even wore different continents, back before the anomalies tore it asunder. And how am I to describe a place I never knew? The moment Searching Way told us of this star, I feared that any name I could give it would always be inferior to its true one. That was arrogant. Of course I could never replace the name it once had. And who would ask me to? Aetheris isn't gone, no matter how time has changed the face of it. Yet many of you have never known any home but Heidelin. Neither truth makes the other less true. Oasis can mean something now. It doesn't need to do more than that. And if we one day come to know the star's other name, well, it can have both. That has to be better than being labeled RG4-6 at the very least. Now, let us embark on a journey of appreciation for all that this star has to offer. Our strolls together... Oh, you're still saying the same thing. Understandable. Understood. I can words. I know how to English. Kinda. Two towering stone projections, reaching toward the firmament, almost as if to taunt nature itself. See how the shielding wall to the west is positioned directly between the Megalithopolis and the anomaly? We believe this has kept the region's ruins comparatively undamaged, hence the name. And now you know that we ourselves are protected by more than just the Rainbow Crystal's power. As for what lies beyond the falsifying wall to the east, nothing but wasteland. For that reason did I see fit to give it the name of a pretender. Next, we shall pay a visit to what may well be the most captivating place on Oasis. I do hope you're excited, Shizune. I mean, I think the most captivating place is the ruins to the north, but that's not where you're taking me. Where are you taking me? Map? Hello? Oh, south, yeah, right, okay. Oh yeah, down over here is also really captivating, IMO. But again, that's not where you're taking me. Instead, you're taking me all the way up here. I call this mountain the Unmoored Anchor, although the resemblance is more metaphorical than physical. With a bit of help from our gravitational generators, it connects the stones of Shadefleet to the more solid ground, despite being quite adrift itself. Speaking of the sea, to the south sprawls the magnetic horizon. I assure you, yeah, look at that! I assure you that name is more than mere poetic license. Only by grace of the water's own magnetic properties do we find the sky less full of sea than it is of stone. Can you imagine what would happen if a living Loprit were to fall in? On second thought, I shan't speculate. Now, let us cross over to Shadefleet and get a closer look at this star's most fearsome feature. This view is what I shall always remember of Oasis. For a second, I thought I had... Hang on. That's right. For a second, I thought I had my naming my minion out. But no. Ah, the minion is so tiny compared to the real thing. That's so funny. The following event, blah, blah, blah. I'm not in any kind of duty finder right now. Let's go. Did you catch sight of terra firma growing smaller as we made our way up? It struck me that at this altitude, a sufficiently stiff breeze is as much of a danger as any anomaly. But put that from your mind for now. Tell me what else catches your eye. You. This view is what I shall always remember of Oasis. These landmasses were once part of the lithosphere, but Oasis's own gravity hasn't the strength to contend with the anomaly's effects on them. Perhaps they would have been more easily tempted downward were they not riddled with striations of indigo, which has proven to be less dense than the surrounding stone. Or perhaps not. These details are better left to the mathematically inclined. In any case, similar ore is found all across Oasis, untouched at that. The Voyagers seem to have had no use for it, despite its beauty. See how those blooms share their splendors with the sun? That is why I call them Soberilia. Their lofty position has caused their leaves to grow larger than... Oh, excuse me. Their lofty position has caused their leaves to grow larger than is typical, so that they now resemble petals in their own right. Though Shadefleet's soil has few nutrients and limited capacity to retain water, these hardy plants have only become bigger and brighter. I do admire their spirit. Have you spotted the yellow-green sparkle? That is Oasis jasper. Like crystal, it has proven highly sensitive to etheric stimuli. In fact, I hear it was expertly utilized in the restoration of Desert Burrow. The euhedron at terra firma is made of this jasper as well. The Voyagers unearthed some truly spectacular specimens. Was it not strange that we ourselves have only found it here in Shadefleet? Were all other veins depleted, or has it something to do with the anomaly nearby? Recall you, the the impescators and flora of Fena? These pseudo-stones, as I call them, are arguably of a similar nature. Their idle mid-air posture rather calls to mind an Earth sprite prior to its awakening. This star has yet to give rise to its own intelligent life. That we know of. How do we know it didn't just all go extinct a long time ago? But maybe one day it will spark from that, or from the faint power contained in these stones. We'll save the anomaly for last. That puffed-up plant is kiting polyp, named both for its resemblance to the noble octopus and its ability to retain gently aloft. It floats in place, impervious to the whims of the gravity spheres, seemingly unaided by roots or vines. They call it a botanical marvel. Yet there must be some unseen connection to the soil, a force still greater than etheric corruption. Through scientific study, we intend to find it. Behold the crooked cedar, warped by gravity right down to the roots. Evidently, the anomalies fluctuate faintly. Hence, some of the branches are forced to grow toward the nearest sphere, while others are free to seek the sun. A few saplings will be exported to etherists to observe their growth under normal conditions. I expect they'll grow straight up. The menacing orb you see before you is but one of the many gravitational anomalies that afflict Oasis. We know not how they came to be, but that the star's ether is in some way corrupted, a knot in the currents mayhap. Some have proposed using gravitational magics to resolve the imbalance, but the finer points of this plan have yet to materialize. Well, have you made enough delightful discoveries about our dear Oasis? Or do you need more time? I think I've seen enough. I'm glad. For my part, I have dearly enjoyed this academic tour. Navigating the star's treacherous terrain has given me much to think about, too. As before, my mind is drawn to the past. Just as the people of Heidelin came to know the meaning of Aetheris, I should like to one day see Oasis as our predecessors knew her. How I wish that the Voyagers were still here, that they might tell us not only their chosen nomenclature, but how it felt upon their tongues and in their hearts. You might be glorifying them a little too much. I see now the opportunities I missed, wandering Aetheris those 100 years. All that time, I worked from the shadows, speaking to but a few scant and tenuous acquaintances. I was convinced that my means of study was superlative. How much more I could have learned had I thought to know you through your own words. But that time of solitary struggle is long past, as are the final days owing to you and yours. Far more important is what I can achieve now. I joined this initiative in pursuit of a new dream, and I intend to see it through. Each and every discovery shall receive my very best, whether I am giving it its first name or its 100th. That's all I need to be able to look upon my contributions with pride. Oh, but I'm rambling, aren't I? We've kept Searching Way waiting once again. Oh. That's not who I wanted to talk to. You're who I wanted to talk to. What a journey that was, as Searching Way himself will doubtless agree, romantic that he is. The touring duo returns. Did Naming Way get the chance to recount his naming escapades here in Oasis? Indeed! Together we scoured the land for all of its most tragically beautiful vistas. Excellent. While you were away, I received reports that significant progress has been made in restoring the Euhedron. The Euhedron? Pray tell, what have they discovered? Good question. Gilus is on site as we speak. Let's say we go and find out. Your timing is impeccable, for the data transfer from Desert Burrow has just concluded. If all goes to plan, we'll gain control of this thing any moment. What is the meaning of this swirly, sparkly spectacle? Is it some sort of record the Voyagers left behind? Strange. This pattern of lights resembles the layout of star system RG4. In which case, the curved line would suggest a trajectory. Could this be a navigational chart? One designed for using each star's orbital plane as a means of acceleration? We have evidence enough of the Voyager's prowess with gravitational magics to place it firmly within the realm of probability, which could mean the Voyagers left this star of their own volition. Perhaps, but by the look of these coordinates, their starship must have departed at high velocity. And to achieve this flight path with gravitational magics would necessitate a spell of considerable scale for even the smallest vessel. Were they to repeat that process to facilitate regular travel, gravity of the very star would suffer for it. Would it not? What do you think caused the anomalies? It's a stronger theory than the research team has managed to come up with. I'll see who I can recruit for further analysis of this data. The Fena observation team ought to hear of this too. They may be able to work out precisely where the Voyagers were headed. Then, we're going after them? You bet your carrots we're going after them. If we can make contact with their descendants, it will be the Initiative's greatest hope yet, assuming they don't kill us. Or probe us. Or put us in cages to study us. For that reason, I'll have the whole crew pivot to data analysis. As soon as we have our next coordinates, you'll be the first to know. Because when the time comes, I want you both on board with me. Yeah! As you have completed 50 stellar missions, you're welcome. On Oasis, you are eligible to undertake an additional quest. Yup. Yup. The team is hard at work at this, analyzing every last bit of the Euhedron's navigational chart. As soon as we've got a destination, I'll summon you straight to the Galactic Way. Oasis has been so very full of surprises, hasn't it? The Voyager's charted course is likewise shrouded in mystery. Indeed, once we catch hold of it, I can scarcely imagine where it shall lead us next. I mean, here's a theory. They were like the anti-ancients, where like, you know, the ancients labored to create things for the betterment of the star, whereas it seems like the Voyagers came here, lived here for a bit, and basically treated the planet as disposable, considering the fact that, like, all of this damage to the planet was probably caused by them using gravity magics to travel, and they just kind of fucked off. Anyway, where's Mumuko? Mumuko. However you want to pronounce her name. Oh, there she is. Oh, but we also have ads upcoming. Maybe I'll just run ads now and go refill my water in the meantime, and then we'll do these quests. Because there's like 4 of them. Because there's these 3, and then once you do all 3 of them, another quest unlocks. So yeah, I think I'll do these after the ad break. I'm gonna push that through now. And we will continue when we get back. So I'll be right back, guys. Alright, we're back. Hi, Mumuko. Hello there, Shizune. You've been assisting the expedition team quite a bit. Yet I expect you have some free time right about now. You'll never take me alive. What was that? Speak up if you please. Do you have time? I'm at the end of my rope, Mumiko. I'm sure you are, but that's not what I asked. You do have time, do you not? I don't know why you even bothered to ask. I'll take that as a yes, though you might have said so plainly from the start. There shall be no rest for Mumiko's favorite pair of idle hands. Yeah? Where are they? To business then. Counselor Yadeb has submitted her report to the forum as planned. In response, it passed the notion to endorse the initiative and increase the budget. Yet the counselor was more thorough than she let on. Her investigation of our working conditions, in her investigation of our working conditions, she identified 2 individuals whose health is at risk. In her words, so priceless a fuel as passion, burnt in perpetuity, turns talent to ash. Thus, we are compelled to rectify the issue. Actually, that's a really good line. I'm going to screenshot that to keep for later. For the weary souls in question, Lopriths, we might feed them a few extra carrots and send them on their way. Alas, mere mortals require actual rest, which makes it all the more troublesome that our best and brightest refuse to be parted from their work for even a moment. We must save them from themselves. To that end, the forum has sent us 2 vicarious vacationers, mammoths designed to assess fatigue, or monitor work logs, and generally encourage a healthy lifestyle. Your job is to bestow these upon our most overworked contributors, Dillis and Justa, and ensure that they gladly accept. Oh, what am I doing? There we go. I still think back fondly on that moment. Let me try that again. I still think back fondly on that moment deep in the ruins when we realized we were of precisely the same mind. Greetings, Shizune. Hoping for a progress report, perhaps? No, I'm hoping to get you to rest. Vicarious Vacationer. Designed at the Studium, this mammoth specializes in all forms of rest and recreation. Are we sure the Charlians know what that is? What's this? A vicarious vacationer? I appreciate your concern, but this data analysis takes priority. I was merely passing time with Commanding Way while we await a response from the Fena observation team. As soon as we get the go-ahead, we... Just a little lightheaded. Nothing to worry about. Not so fast, my friend. My scanners indicate or detect moderate heart palpitations and elevated blood pressure. I prescribe 40 winks on the double. I never thought to question it, what with me being a Loprith. But between all the work in and chinwagging, I don't recall you ever once retiring to bed. Dillis, you fool! Don't tell me you haven't slept at all! I may have foregone sleep these past 3... or is it 5 nights? But I had little choice. It's been one fascinating finding after another. Hold on. Boy, I hope the, let's see here. Maybe I should ask I about it. I may have forgotten sleep these past 3, or is it 5 nights? But I had little choice. It's been one fascinating finding after another, and I'm sure those fascinating findings would have still been there when you woke up, if you'd gotten 8 hours. I do see your point, however. I feel like to collapse at any moment. And my team wouldn't appreciate that, given the amount of work that would fall to them. Very well, I concede to my mortal limits. Recommended concessions include a hearty meal, a relaxing soak, and a 9-hour nap. I'll even tuck you in personally. As long as you promise not to sing. Hang on. There we go. I'm asking our resident soon-to-be nurse. Sorry, friend. When you're off the clock, Archon Loaf is off limits. No Archon Loaf? Then what am I meant to eat? From now on, I'll be keeping an eye on Dillis to make damn sure she gets her proper rest. Why weren't you doing that before? Nearly finished. Oh, a delivery for me? Here you go. Logs indicate this machine has been running for 6 consecutive bells. 6? Are you certain? It's a strange way to encourage me to take time off, but I appreciate it. The First Legion was never half so considerate. We were expected to work tirelessly until such time as our mission was complete. Without a strict schedule, it seems I've fallen into old habits. To set limits requires a kind of self-discipline that I've never had. Whereas it's all too easy to lose myself in my passions. And repurposing my nation's technology lends itself to a particular sort of satisfaction. This unit here was once deployed by the Imperial Army, you see. I salvaged it from one of the provinces where it had been left to rust following the Empire's fall. Here, it can be used for mankind's betterment, rather than its destruction. Assuming its engineer keeps her mind fresh enough for the task, please assure Momuko that her message has been well received. So, how exactly does one go about relaxing? First of all, by stepping away from the Magitech machine, ma'am. I prescribed the task of a flask of coffee and a trip to the beach. I don't know if a trip to the beach is all that healthy here, but okay. Sure. Welcome back, Shizune. Were our overworked associates amenable to the mammoth solution? Eventually. Then they are not immune to persuasion, given the right technique. Hello there, Mumiko! You'll be glad to know your vicarious vacationer's taken Dillis to go in to eat something. Excellent timing, Commanding Way. I'd like you to explain how she managed to forego sleep for so long while under your direct supervision. I thought she was fine. I'll keep it in mind from now on. You had better, so help me. For the record, we have a perfectly reasonable schedule for meeting our milestones and reporting back to Aetheris. Yet the project's ambitions are as endless as this starfield expands. It's no wonder that our team is tempted to do more than is strictly necessary. Why, I've never seen a group of people half so motivated as the expedition team here in Oisos. But as we've seen today, that enthusiasm makes it all the more important for management to keep a close eye on our contributors. No amount of short-term gains are worth sacrificing long-term sustainability. With sufficient rest, however, I dare say the edge of the universe is the limit. And that's why we'll be enforcing recuperation for the foreseeable future. The mammoths are a suitable first step, but systems must be put in place to encourage compliance. I would prefer our personnel follow the new guidelines willingly, but if not... Show no mercy! Nary a single moment in excess of authorized work time shall be permitted, and should they try to falsify their records, there will be hells to pay. Scary. Well, if it keeps them all in good health, can't say as I complain. Now then, I hear there are other crew members in need of succor here on Oisos. Should I encounter anyone fitting that description myself, I will be sure to steer them straight into your helping hands. You can look forward to it. Right. Also, I keep forgetting I never updated my glamour after I got accessories. So let me go ahead and fix that, because that necklace was bothering me. Much better. I need to have the necklace Tataru made me on me at all times. The Cosmoliner engineer would rather do anything but his job. You there. Could I have a moment of your time? The situation is grave beyond measure. Sure. You have traveled far and wide across the stars, so you must know, or at the very least, can imagine, how dreadful it is to traverse without aid of the Cosmoliner. It is no exaggeration to say that the success of the initiative entirely hinges upon the reliable transportation it provides. Yet, despite the importance of regular inspections, when I'm out here, I simply can't open my eyes. But I am getting ahead of myself. It all started, you see, when someone claimed to have seen a strange little figure pursuing them while riding the Cosmoliner. Some say 'tis the vengeful ghost of a voyager. Some say 'tis the unholy union of man and sandworm. But all say 'tis the last thing you see before you die. A horrible, pale figure that no Cosmoboard can outpace. Call me Craven if you will. Call me anything you'd like. Just please conduct the inspection in my stead. Really? Great. The stations with equipment in need of examination are along the westernmost line, from Cape Garrus to northern Ergaris. Precisely the route the figure is said to haunt. Hey, question. If it's the last thing you see before you die... yes, if you begin at the Cape Garrus station and take the Cosmoliner north, you should pass through each inspection point. But how would the story have gotten out in the first place? I mean, I guess it being the last thing you see before you die isn't quite the same as if you see it, you're guaranteed to die. But no, because he said if you see it, it's the last thing you see before you die. Hang on. Yeah, like, wouldn't there not be... Stories like that are dumb because then there wouldn't be, like, supposedly there wouldn't be any survivors left to spread the story in the first place. It's just people telling ghost stories and fucking with each other. You inspect the Cosmoliner station. Fortunately, all appears to be in working order. You scan your surroundings, but nothing resembling a pale figure catches your eye. Perhaps you should move on. You inspect the Cosmoliner station. You notice the replacement needed lamp is lit, but otherwise, nothing seems amiss. As for a pale figure, there is a Loprit present, but you are unlikely to be in any danger. Perhaps you should move on. Yeah? Yeah. You inspect the Cosmoliner station and... is that a bloody handprint? Upon closer inspection, you determine it is in fact a dirt smear. This is unmistakably the route you were told to inspect, yet you found no ghost or mutated sandworm. The rumor remains unsubstantiated. In any case, the Cosmoliner engineer will be eager to learn the results of the inspection. You should return to terra firma. You're back! Thank the gods! So, you scrutinized every last ilm, and... no mind-shattering sight? No race for your life? Huh! What could have inspired such vivid rumors, then? A mech pilot racing to a red alert zone? Could be a ghost, but one that picks its battles wisely. Probably just a high-speed drone. A sandworm in pursuit of an especially unlucky Loprit. Maybe it was a mech I think it was just people spreading rumors and fucking with each other. But, a mech pilot racing to a red alert zone. Our mechs do have the speed to keep pace with the Cosmoliner. And come to think of it, they are rather fearsome. Ah, to hells with my imagination. Each new possibility conjures horrors I had never before considered. Yet my work is too important to allow them to rule me forever. For the Cosmoliner system does more than facilitate travel. It serves as a conduit for the Rainbow Crystal, extending its power across the star. This is why we often must establish stations in dangerous locales. Regulating the environment is much more important than when one is atop a levitating landmass or deep beneath the surface. And conditions aren't static, so each station is designed to be installed and uninstalled as needs dictate, with minimal impact to the surrounding environs. Nevertheless, I'd rather not add ghostly apparitions to the list of variables. Our work is hazardous enough. That you remain alive is a hopeful sign at best, or at least. Perhaps when I venture out in the future, closing my mind's eye will be enough. There's no such thing as ghosts. Not on our Cosmoliner, and certainly not while I'm conducting my inspections. Theorizing way awaits the arrival of erudite guests. Ah, if it isn't young Shizune. Naturally, my sharp ears have caught wind of your many academic achievements back in Charlian. Who am I? Why, I am the great thinker Theorizing way. More pursuant to our purposes today, I am the designated liaison between our initiative and the studium. And, given that we've been coaching their staff, I've taken it upon myself to lend my incredible intellect to their research wheresoever I am able. As it happens, today I am to welcome a select few gifted scholars who wish to take part in our little project. Would you care to receive them with me? Sure. Oh man, I really wish that the anthropology department had been here. That would have been so funny. Shizune, I'd hoped we would see you here. After all, it was your words during the assembly at Aporia that led us down the path of interstellar exploration. And now, at Searching Way's invitation, we're here to help the project grow. Regrettably, the studium exam schedule wouldn't permit everyone to attend today, but I managed to abscond with these two. As you might expect, I've been up to my elbows in dough since last we met. There are yet improvements to Mervin bread to be made, I'm certain of it. I hear the crew members here eat a lot of Archon loaf, so I thought I'd come and hand out samples for a comparative study. But how fare you, my friend? You went to the farthest reaches of the realm for my research, and now here you are, exploring the stars beyond. I'm lucky my work inadvertently led to a treatment for ether sickness. I'd rather not describe the visions I saw on the voyage here. Still, a trip like this is well worth the misery, for I'm most intrigued by the correlation between stars and stellar currents, and poor Oisis's plight besides. I'd like to take these two on a tour of the Initiative's newest base of operations, that they might witness the fruits of their research directly. Thanks to my tremendous forethought, always in readiness, my dear. You may show them around as you see fit. And who better to give an overview of the latest developments than Shizune Daskar herself? Do calm yourself. You need only chaperone their field trip and answer whatever questions they may have. I should be delighted to hear about the project from the perspective of one so intimately familiar with our own work. Yeah. We'll begin with a look at the culinary offerings of terra firma. Please join us. Any simpleton can talk or walk around terra firma and explain things to our visitors. It hardly calls for my genius. Hey, wait a minute. What are you trying to imply there, theorizing way? Given the limiting factors on what can be brought out here, the food supply must want for variety. The crew will doubtless appreciate Diobre's hard work. This is what they're researching in Charlian? Well, it looks normal enough. Not only must it resist spoilage on the journey, the food must be fitting for its new environs as well. Did you know that each and every recipe offered here was approved by our very own Faculty of Medicine? And I've just asked these kind volunteers to sample my latest iteration of Mervyn bread. It's so light and fluffy, I can scarcely believe it has the same nutritional value as Archon loaf. Despite our best efforts, feeding the crew is a major challenge. Harvests from other stars undergo laborious quality checks, and even then, supply is short. We try to import more than Archon loaf, but our daily offerings are woefully limited. Mervyn bread would certainly make a welcome addition. I'm pleased to hear it. This is precisely the sort of problem that I hope to solve with my research. Yet there remain logistical issues. Professor Galvaroche helped to streamline production considerably, but to bring so many loaves here... Have you any insight, Shizune? Add preservatives and hope for the best. No, we can produce it locally through stellar missions. Of course! The Initiative has its share of culinarians. With their help, preparing it on site would be a trifle. This has been a valuable excursion. Already I have such splendid ideas for the furtherance of Mervyn bread. Oh, and by all means, help yourselves to the rest of the samples. I knew Debray's research would prove useful here. Next, let's descend into Desert Burrow, where the principles of etherology are being put to the test. It means a lot that there are people all the way back on Aetheris trying to help us here on Oisos. Oh, I can't wait to eat more of that Mervyn bread. In fact, I shan't. Can I have some? Let me just go ahead and teleport over here. And then zoom over here. The ruins of an unknown civilization buried under a wasteland. Why, any scholar would swoon at the sound of it. How long have these ruins been here, and in such pristine condition? I've read of this place, but no report could possibly convey what it is to stand here and see it for oneself. The structures would be an architectural feat regardless, but that the stone devices within are capable of access control and data storage, it almost beggars belief. The Faculty of Aetherology helped to analyze the mineral samples, you know. They have compositions the likes of which we've never seen. Every indication points to their having once been fossilized plant matter, but that would call the very foundations of aetherology into question. Furthermore, our own command of ether allows us to elicit only a fraction of the response to this material would have given the better attuned voyagers. Now that they're gone, we may never know the truth of it. I'm sure you can figure it out. I'll find the answers myself if that's what it takes. This interstellar research leads one to the strangest places, doesn't it? We intend to see more of Voices, but you needn't spend any more of your valuable time escorting us. We'll be certain to check in with Theorizing Way ahead of departure, so that you know we haven't fallen into a gravity wall. May as well make the most of the trip, eh? You can tell Theorizing Way we won't leave without saying goodbye. We study the phases of ether in the Faculty of Medicine as well, but I'm always keen to hear a professor's perspective. I cannot imagine how a scholar must feel to gaze upon such a sight. It's astounding to me, and I'm merely an administrator. Welcome back, young Shizune. I take it our studium visitors are still enjoying the sights? If it isn't our esteemed guests, tell me, how did you find Oasis? Utterly fascinating. 100 times more so than words can convey. The sheer scale of the ruins, for instance. How did the Voyagers use their technology, that they saw fit to place their devices across such great distance? At any rate, my research will be much improved now that I have a proper frame of reference. Likewise, it's heartening to have spoken with the very people who need Mervyn bread most. Then your field trip was a smashing success. Quite as I anticipated. Scholastics research and the spirit of exploration make for a fraught marriage at times, but there is naught with greater potential. With the studium and the initiative working hand in paw, we, some of my dafter fellows excluded, what do you mean by that? Can achieve what true greatness in the field of interstellar studies. Speaking of greatness, must you always play the part of the humble assistant? Your many talents are no secret to us, you realize. To me? What can I say? I'm always happy to help with such fascinating research. What can I say? I like to work with my hands. I wanted to try the new Mervyn bread. Oh my! Then I had better make sure the next batch is up to snuff. We may consider yours the most vital mission of all. Without a tempting morsel at hand, it is far too easy to forget to eat when engrossed in one's work. Boy, don't I know it. And rest assured that those absent today are just as dedicated to the cause. Their work will call them to visit sooner or later. But you'll be on to the next star by then, won't you, Shizune? I do hope we can meet you there. Yeah! Don't be a stranger. Well, aren't you three a sight for sore eyes? Welcome to Oasis, my friends. Searching Way, I'm so pleased you came to see us. Why wouldn't I? You are no less a part of this project than I am. I'm honored to hear you say so. And come to think of it, I never did get to rub those ears. That still feels like a... Not even a microaggression, that's a macroaggression right there. Leave the poor guy alone. It pleases me to foster a healthy working relationship with the student. Intellectual curiosity is the fuel that keeps these gears turning, as I always say. I know I needn't to ask, but have you some time on your hands, Shizune? Then perhaps I needn't answer. Oh, don't play coy. You do, don't you? What if I truly didn't? Wouldn't you feel awful? Well played, but I won't be fooled. If you truly had better things to do, you wouldn't be standing here. Ow! As ever, Mumuko needs a pair of idle hands to carry out her bidding. We've recently begun distributing new types of equipment to contributors. Thus far, reception seems positive. As they were costly to develop, however, I must determine whether this has been a worthwhile investment of time and resources. All the more so, given that I was the one who approved the proposal to begin with. Is a poor manager who scrutinizes everything but her own judgment. Thus, I would like you to survey the individuals making use of our cutting-edge gear. To ensure candid responses, you understand. I'm sure you'll find no few fitting subjects right here at terra firma. Why, my new power suit is an absolute delight! In my opinion, strength augmentation is its most useful feature. In this garb, even a bookworm bereft of biceps can lift heavy cargo with ease, and I dare say we Charlians could do with the help. Ha! It is a diverse range of other functions too, each implemented based on input from the entire crew. I am certain other early adopters have found their suits a boon as well. How fortunate that the initiative chose to invest in them. My opinion on the power suit? I suppose the feedback stage is a vital part of development. Let me think. Well, the helm's pretty great, roomy enough for my ears to fit comfortably, and the filters supplies clean, breathable air in even the most toxic environments. The best part, though? If your task calls for a lighter touch, you can wear it without the suit. If that's not innovation, I don't know what is. Alright. Fabulous! Hold that pose, please. Shh! 'Tis I, the Dark Vizier. Challenge me if you dare, my child, but know this. You underestimate the power of the darkness. What in the hell is going on here? In this garb, I wield the power of the galaxy itself. His magnificence, its magnificence is beyond question. Mwahaha! My helm is the crown of our cosmic empire. Through a veil of crimson, I see the force of the aether spilling from every last star. Sorry, darling. He's rather immersed in his role at the moment. His attire attracts a subset of passionate proponents, you see. He told me he likes to blow off steam after work by pretending he's an evil space overlord. Is everything all right back on Aetheris? That is a complicated question to answer. The camera loves you, darling. Give me fierce. Oh, the corruption of Oasis feeds my power. What do you mean I can't jump? What about from here? What do you mean I can't jump? What do you mean I can't? Let me jump. Surely I've jumped from greater heights than this. Fine, where's the elevator? Where is the elevator? Oh. Here we go. I take it you found enough participants for a representative sample, then? Something like that. First, I'd like to hear the feedback you received from the power suit users. Suggestions? Complaints? People are raving about the helm's versatility. Sounds like a worthy investment to me. I'll arrange for mass production at once. And the Star Admiral attire? Is it too ostentatious? It inspires enthusiasm, shall we say. I see? Well, if it improves morale, I'll allow it. I'm told the costume originates from an opera with a dedicated following in Labyrinthos, an interstellar epic whose author is as yet unknown. I was skeptical of its proposed value to the initiative, but it was so highly requested by ardent advocates that we had no choice but to concede. Perhaps I ought to try it on myself, that I might better understand its appeal. One moment. Terrifying. Truly the most horrifying being on the in the universe. Mumuko, what in mother's name are you wearing, lass? How do I put this? You wear it so well, it makes me feel unsettled? Afraid? She's frightening enough in her usual getup. Take it off, I beg of you. Oh, ho, ho. They may claim to have no time for Mumuko, but none dare defy the cosmic executive. Amazing. And she's back to her previous outfit. I kind of wish she'd kept the other outfit on. Just to be funny. Your tireless efforts that continue to amaze me, Shizune. The initiative owes you a great deal indeed. Yeah, and that's everything for Oasis! So the final area comes out on Tuesday. I am gonna wait until next week to do it, mostly because time constraints, I'm pretty sure, are gonna become an issue this week. And we'll have more time next week, because next week we're doing Pilgrim's Reverse on Sunday, and then Tuesday, we're finally doing 7.4 Hildebrand, and Wednesday is going to be the Monster Hunter collab, and on those 2 days, we'll also clean up any other side quests I can think of that we may still have hanging over our heads. I don't think we have much left. Other than, like, the new cosmic stuff that's coming out. Because, let's see here, 7.51 is going to be adding UMAD, which I'm not worried about. Cosmic Exploration, new Cosmic Tools, new Custom Delivery NPC. We'll do the new Custom Delivery NPC Tuesday or Wednesday of this week, along with the rest of Wachumeqimeqi. And then, yeah, in the meantime, that is going to be where I wrap up for tonight. Thank you, everybody, so much for joining me. If you haven't already, please hit that follow button. Subscribe on YouTube. Subscribe on Twitch. The poll started today in the Discord to decide what I'm going to have to play if we're at 100 subs by the end of June. Also, speaking of polls, there's a poll currently going on in the Discord to decide what... Well, okay. Because I promised the community to either extreme minimum item level no echo extreme trial series or raid tiers. And since that includes so much stuff now, we're doing 2 different polls. The first poll is going on right now, and that's to decide which expansion we're going to do that content from for the first one. And once that's been decided, I will put up a poll of what specific thing between the trials or, you know, first tier raid, second tier raid, third tier raid, whichever raid series that happens to be. So yeah, be sure to join the Discord if you want in on voting for that. That poll should be ending on Friday, and then we'll be putting up the new poll for what we're going to be doing for the raid. Also, preferably if you have experience with doing EX trials and Savage raids. It doesn't have to be mine experience, but just experience raiding in general. We are still looking for people to join the static that we're going to be using to get through those raids. So yeah, hopefully 2 weeks is enough time to find 8 people. Haha. But yeah, anyway, I'm gonna wrap up for here for tonight. Let's find somebody on Twitch to raid. Who's streaming right now? Oh! Don't know why that keeps happening. You know what? I'll do it this way. Floof is finishing Shadowbringers! You know what? No, we're gonna raid Floof. She's finishing Shadowbringers. What happened here? Nope. So yeah, we're gonna raid Floof. And yeah, until I see you guys again, I hope you have a good night. Stay safe, stay healthy, and take care. And I will see you guys all on Tuesday. Bye-bye!